Good morning, 5 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and we're starting off with a tough commute in some spots this morning.
As you're up and out the door this morning, Franklin in southern Kentucky, Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Murray, Paris, Waverly through Decaturville. Dense fog advisories in effect until 9 a.m.
Yeah, stick around. We've got more in Stefano's full forecast coming up. The WTN team is mourning the loss of Aaron Stokes, a voice that you've heard here on the air for years. Channel 4's Steve Maitling reports.
Tributes are pouring in across the country, remembering Aaron Stokes for the person he was. The Middle Tennessee entrepreneur was on a small plane with his son Jackson, his nephew Colin, and friend Austin Husky when the plane went down in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, about 3 hours from Denver Friday morning. Stokes founded Eurofix, an auto repair company for European-made vehicles, and also founded ShopFix Academy, a consulting business for other auto shops across the country. Aaron was also remembered for his beliefs, with active roles in his church in Franklin, as well as his work as a missionary and youth pastor.
Now, Austin Husky was also killed. He was the third-generation owner of Franklin's Husky Building Supply. For the first time, the U.S. military has airlifted a small nuclear reactor, flying its components separately on three C-17 transport planes from California to Utah. It's part of President Trump's push to deploy nuclear power across the U.S.
The Pentagon calls it Operation Windlord. The mission marks the first time the military has transported a modern nuclear reactor by air. Officials envision a future where bases can continue to operate during emergencies like cyber attacks. The micro-reactor is roughly the size of a semi-truck and is designed to turn a base into a self-contained energy island.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Markets will be closed on Monday for President's Day, beginning a shortened U.S. trading week. Key events include Wednesday's release of minutes from the Federal Reserve's January meeting, giving insight into the Fed's interest rate hold. And we'll also get the advanced durable goods report in the morning. On Friday, release of the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, the Personal Consumption Expenditures Price Index, and we'll get new residential sales data. Earnings season transitions from tech-heavy reports now toward retail and industrial bellwethers, with earnings reports this week from Walmart and Deere & Company. Now, that stock up more than 30% so far just this year. Wendy's will be closing several hundred restaurants following a weaker-than-expected fourth quarter. The company says it plans to focus more on value to win back cost-conscious diners. Like McDonald's, Taco Bell, and other rivals, Wendy's also plans to emphasize value. Dave Packer, ABC News.
That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Looks like there are no delays so far on the roads this morning, but you got to be careful because in some spots, especially north of Nashville, you're going to find it very foggy this morning. A dense fog advisory in some parts as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
505 Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to your friends. Hope you're doing well, and welcome on in to a Monday, President's Day. It is February 16th, and we are live right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And Joan, I love that your opening story today was the death of Aaron Stokes.
Yeah, so
and
sad.
It is sad. And just over the last couple of days here in WTN and Cumulus, Nashville, we've had a couple of teammates pass away. First of all, obviously, condolences to the family of Aaron Stokes and the Stokes family. Not only did they lose Aaron, but they also lost his son Jackson, his nephew Colin, and another Middle Tennessee CEO, a guy by the name of Austin Husky. I believe I have that right.
Yeah, you do.
Aaron was here forever. I mean, as long as I've been here, I believe that Aaron has been here as well. And I never met him. I never had the opportunity to meet Aaron, but because his show was, of course, on the weekends. And but from the feedback that you get from listeners, the feedback from people that did know him, he was just an incredible guy, absolutely incredible. And so from our family to the Stokes family, and of course, they were part of our family here at WTN. Again, prayers for the family. The thing that I loved about Aaron is that just hearing his story, he was so incredibly well-rounded. I mean, he did have, obviously, I believe, 5 locations of Eurofix. So we had that. We had the Saturday morning talk show here on WTN. And he also ran that. It was almost like a school for auto repair shops. That's what it seemed like to me. And so for Aaron Stokes and the Stokes family, just prayers to all of the family, because that is a tough one to get through. We also, and we didn't really mention this on the air, but I feel like we also should mention the fact that we also had another death here in the WTN family. And we'll get into that coming up at 5:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A guy named Ron, and he was, I would say, one of the unsung heroes here at WTN and Cumulus, Nashville. And Ron was a great guy as well. And we'll talk a little bit about him at 5:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We have a lot of news to cover. Again, we are live here on President's Day, and the Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Just to let you know where we are going, EJ and Tony is going to be joining us at 6:35, a fresh look at last week's better-than-expected inflation and jobs numbers. We'll speak to EJ at 6:35. At 7:35, the TVA is at it again. A guy by the name of Jerry Mansfield. He is a Sumner County commissioner. He's going to be joining us at 7:35. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend. John Rich is absolutely on a rampage because the TVA, they are, I mean, there's no other way to say it. It looks like they're going to try to take over a part of a farm in Sumner County. This is like a 7 or an 8 generation farm. Joan, you reported on this story last week where this is a farm out in Sumner County, and the TVA, they want to put these massive transmission lines. Now, if you don't know what a transmission line is, have you seen those really, really tall, I mean, just, I don't know how else to describe them. They're those big metal poles, and they've got all of those cables on them.
They're towers.
They're massive towers, is what they are. And so the TVA apparently, and we'll get the entire story from Jerry Mansfield at 7:35, but the TVA just shows up to the Gregory farm, again, 7 or 8 generations, and they just start looking at the farm and wanting to, figure out where they're going to put these massive transmission poles. And the Gregory folks, the Gregory family, they have no idea what's going on or why suddenly the TVA is taking a look at their property. So now you've got John Rich on the scene. You've got this Jerry Mansfield, the Sumner County commissioner. He is talking about this as well. So we'll get into that at 7:35. It's almost like the TVA, they just decide that they're going to do something, and the communication, I'm going to say that they communicated this, but not really well. And they caught the Gregory family just completely off guard with all of this. So we'll talk about that as well, and a whole lot more straight ahead. Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. There's been another Epstein drop. I don't know if you saw this over the weekend, but I need some audio. There's been another Epstein drop. Now, Pam Bondi says this is the last Epstein drop. This is everything. This is all the names. This is all the video. This is everything that the Department of Justice has. Now, I got to ask Joan, have you seen any of this?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I have too. Tim Burchett did, and this is part of what he had to say over the weekend.
If you're offered an opportunity to view the pictures or read the files, I would seriously consider not doing that, because it will haunt you, this stuff that's in there. And here's the problem. The Biden administration, the Obama administration, these files have been out there forever. And I've said this many times. If they had the goods on Trump, that the Obama administration / the Biden administration, because it never really changed hands, they would have had that stuff out there. And this stuff just goes so deep, and it is very disgusting to me. And, it's evil, it's satanic, and it's from the pits of hell, and that's where these people will end up.
So I saw a couple of videos, and one, it looked like, and I'm not going to get into, a deep dive on the videos. You know what the problem, Joan, is that you don't know what's real. You don't know what's real. You don't know what has been conjured up on the internet with AI. So you really don't know what's real. But I saw one video of what looked like a little kid being, what would you call it? Like electrocuted with some sort of a probe. He was sitting in a chair.
Gosh.
Horrible thing.
Oh,
and again, don't know if it's real. I don't know if this is something that has been made up with AI or whatever. But so I did see a couple of videos. Another one, regarding a small girl, and I just, I only watched a few seconds of it. I felt even creepy watching it, but I felt like I should at least see some of it for show prep. But it's out there. A long list of names was also released. I'm sure you saw that, Joan. Tucker Carlson, Ron DeSantis, George W. Bush, Pramila Jayapal, a Democrat congresswoman, Lindsey Graham, Kurt Cobain, Nikki Haley. There was over 300 names on this list, but there was no context.
Right, so you don't know why they're in there.
You don't know why they're in there. It's sort of like, if Ron DeSantis was mentioned in an email, then his name was released. So you have no real knowledge as to why they're, mentioned in the list or in the files. Kurt Cobain, Nikki Haley, Phil Donahue, oddly and randomly enough, was his name was mentioned. Robert De Niro, Ben Shapiro. You know who was on the list? Elvis Presley, who died back in 1977. So I don't know why this list was released, unless it was just Pam Bondi saying, you know what? You want names? Here's a bunch of names. And that's what they did. But Elvis Presley died in 1977. I have no idea how old Jeffrey Epstein was in 1977. But I think that his inclusion on the list, just sort of confused the situation. Beyonce, Cher, Bruce Springsteen as well. There's 300 names, and I'm not going to read all 300 of the names. But here's what the letter has. This is what the letter says. No records were withheld or redacted on the basis of embarrassment, reputational harm, political sensitivity, including to any government official, public figure, or foreign dignitary. In Bondi's letter on Saturday, she explained that all of the files relating to the law have been released, which have been categorized into several different sections. So what did you see, Joan, as far as this release over the weekend? Did you see any videos? Did you seek it out? What did you?
I did not seek out videos. I can't do, like you said, you can't get it out of your head. No thanks.
Well, that's what Tim Burchett said.
Yeah. I'll let Tim Burchett and others watch it. I'll just listen to the description. But I did see that she released the names, and I'm perplexed as to why she would do that.
In such a fashion.
Right.
Without any context.
Right. And then, I don't know if you've seen this, it was the names at the bottom, the signature on the letter or whatever, form this release took, were her name and Todd, who's the assistant?
Lyons?
No.
No, it's not Todd Lyons. Todd.
Yeah, you know who I'm
Blanche.
talking about.
Yeah, I do.
He's the only one that signed it. She didn't sign it.
She didn't sign it?
She didn't sign it.
Oh, interesting.
So, yeah, I'm not sure why that is, why she doesn't want to stick her name to this list, but she did not do it.
Well, she put out the notification that there would be no other releases. By the way, they talk about in all of this ritualistic sacrifices, cannibalism, Satanism as well. The whole thing is described as a satanic circle. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I have no idea what a satanic circle is, but I have a pretty good idea. So these things that are mentioned in the files, they're mentioned as emails, accusations, references to cult activity, but they say that there is no physical evidence of anything specific. So again, I did see a couple of videos online that were clearly disturbing. And again, I don't know what was real and what is not.
You know what?
The part of the problem, Joan, and then
Yeah.
You'll say what you want to say, but part of the problem is there's a bunch of links out there. I'm afraid to click on the links.
I know.
Because I don't know if these links are real or if I'm going to end up with some sort of horrific virus on my computer. So I don't know. It's a little freaky is, I guess, the best way
Freaky's a good word for it.
The best way to describe it. What were you going to say, Joan?
So, in all of this, I think all of us still feel that frustration of, okay, thanks. But when do heads roll?
Right.
They've got Prince Andrew, who's no longer a prince. They've got him nailed. They have everything they need. There are photos of him that we've all seen. They have got him. Why is he not charged? Why are nobody has gotten a single charge lodged against them?
They have more against Prince Andrew than anyone else.
Yes.
And so that's almost like the benchmark. It's like, okay, so if you are not going to press any kind of charges against Prince Andrew, well then what is the hope that any of these people who have been doing these horrific things, they're going to get charged either? You know what I mean? And that's exactly right. We have all of this mountain of information. My question would be, okay, you have all of this information, but what evidence is there? What evidence is there that could ultimately end up leading to someone's arraignment, arrest, and court of law and going to jail? That's what everybody wants to know. As you said, Joan, when do heads start to roll? One thing the Democrats will say is, oh, look, Donald Trump's name is in there thousands of times. And yeah, that may be true. Donald Trump's name may be in there thousands of times. But remember what has been revealed. That Donald Trump was a whistleblower.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about Jeffrey Epstein. Among the 3 million Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last month is a 4-page FBI report on an interview the Bureau conducted in 2019 with a man believed to be former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder. Ryder and his detectives began investigating Epstein for human trafficking in 2004. According to the document, Trump called Ryder around that time and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Ryder also says Trump said he threw Epstein out of his club, and he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. The former police chief says Trump told him to focus on Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she is evil.
All right, so Sam says, Joan, that he might know what a satanic circle is.
Oh, gosh. Please, Sam, do let us know.
Well, specifically,
I can't hear you, Sam.
Yeah, there we go.
All right.
I don't know why that was taken out. So it can specifically pertain to a group of people out to not necessarily just worship the devil himself, but a particular demon that would be known to bestow certain gifts if you so acquiesce to their request.
You talking about like human sacrifices?
Yeah.
Okay.
And specifically, you referenced that video of the kid getting electrocuted.
Yeah.
Well, that was part of the whole QAnon conspiracy, right? Where they would torture these kids, get that adrenaline to pump up.
Yes.
And then they would drain their blood.
Okay. So.
Got to put the tinfoil hat on every once in a while.
But you know what the thing is, and I've always said this, is you can call people who have been asking questions about Epstein for years as, tinfoil hatters or conspiracy theorists. I've always said conspiracy theorists are oftentimes the ones that see what is going on before anyone else. So whether or not we end up seeing people arrested, who knows? There is a political operative named Dana Chasen who helped advise. Listen to this. Dana Chasen, because we just heard ABC News have to report that Donald Trump was essentially a whistleblower, right? So Dana Chasen helped advise Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. He has also donated more than $2 million to the Democrat Party. Well, he's accused in the files of helping to transport young girls to Jeffrey Epstein, a Democrat who helped advise Hillary and has donated more than $2 million to the party. As a matter of fact, he's still very active in the party as well. He was supposed to do a fundraiser, and that fundraiser has now been canceled, or at least his participation in it. And now you have a bunch of people who are making the rounds, including Marjorie Taylor Greene. We'll play some of her audio coming up next. It is 5:22 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan's got the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, it looks like the roadways are looking fairly good this morning. I don't see any real accidents. You may find some slowdown this morning on 65 heading northbound through the White House area. Otherwise, the roads look good. We do just have some dense fog in some spots this morning, mostly north of Nashville City. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to a President's Day, otherwise known, by the way, as George Washington's birthday. So that's what President's Day is George Washington's birthday. So a lot of people not at work today, and it probably will be a little bit lighter on the roadways. And you know what? We've got all the news you need to know, so just keep it right here. So, and somebody said, Joan, on the super text line, that the conversation about, Epstein and what we have seen over the weekend is all, creeping him out. I totally understand that.
Yeah, for sure.
That's why I don't want to. I'm in like a no-win situation, because if I even just skim the surface, you'll have some people that are going to say, oh, Mandis is afraid to tell the truth. It's like, no, it's just I know that there's oftentimes children listening, and, there's only so much detail I can get into. And, but I have to tell the story as well. So bottom line is, if you want to know what is in these files, I mean, you click on the link and you knock yourself out. Bottom line, though, and Joan hit the nail right on the head, which is what is in here that could ultimately lead to people being arrested. And here's the other thing, is that Pam Bondi, she comes out with this memo and saying, oh, yeah, this is, all of the files, all of the names, and everything you'll ever want to see or hear or read about the Epstein files. But apparently, according to Joan, she actually didn't sign it. And she's also said this before. See, that's part of the problem. Remember months ago when she said Epstein killed himself and there's no more files. Remember that whole thing? And then all of a sudden, well, no, there's actually, millions of more files. And so I don't know if Pam Bondi has any credibility whatsoever. Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about all of this, and so I will have some audio from her coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Also coming up, Scott Bessent, a sledgehammer of truth over the weekend as well. Also, don't forget, we will be talking about the economy with E.J. Antoni. He will be coming up at 6:35 right here on Super Talk 99.7. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Also, we'll talk a little bit, Joan, about my appearance at the home show with Busy Bee.
How'd that go?
Well, you know what, Joan? I'll tell you coming up after this commercial break. I will tell you this, though. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of Joan Jones fans out there, and some Sam Rutherford fans as well, that wanted me to make sure that I told you guys, hey, from them.
That's cool.
So we'll talk about that and a whole lot more. Very busy morning, President's Day, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is 5:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Folks coming in from the north this morning may find a little bit of fog. In fact, they're calling it a dense fog advisory through 9 this morning. No signs of compromise in the battle over the funding of the Department of Homeland Security.
Democrats are refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security until Republicans agree on reforms to immigration enforcement tactics. That means 90% of Homeland Security workers, including personnel at the TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA, are working without a paycheck. A major impact on this busy travel week could be at the nation's airports. During previous government shutdowns, many TSA workers called out sick, leading to long security lines and delays.
That is ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Congress is on recess until February 23rd. A man previously convicted of murder will not get a shot at a new trial. James Taylor was convicted of murdering an 89-year-old Franklin woman back in 1987.
He received a life sentence and spent more than 30 years in prison for the crime. Taylor was later released on early parole.
That's Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. Taylor claimed that there was new evidence that would exonerate him, but a judge denied him that new trial. And Disney announcing that its live-action remake of Snow White last year was a disaster. The movie lost $170 million. Disney blamed local filming laws in the United Kingdom where it was filmed for part of that loss. The rest may be due to the wokeness of the star Rachel Ziegler, who frequently gave interviews degrading the original story.
There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. weird.
Super weird.
So we didn't do that this time. We have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume is a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie.
Outkick called the movie one of the biggest box office bombs in the history of the movie business.
I can't imagine why. She sounds like a twit.
She sounds lovely, doesn't she?
Did she not go through some media training or something?
You would think she would have. I haven't seen her cast in anything recently, so maybe she did herself in.
She's done.
Yeah.
Like her acting career, maybe I'm wrong, but I think her acting career is over.
One of the executives had to fly out to her to get her to shut up, and she still wouldn't.
Okay.
Great. Well, that is the latest news. Traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. So we have an accident this morning in Delamere. It's in Davidson County, Old Hickory Boulevard at Marydale Drive. You may have run into some fog this morning, mostly north of the city. You've got a dense fog advisory extending out till 9 o'clock this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.537 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Super Text line is open. 615-737-9986. Hey, don't forget Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna. It is WTN's Steak of the Union. I'll be there. Chris Hand will be there. Chad Benson will be there. Murphy Show will be there as well. I think Weaver is going to be there too. So if you want to come on out, take some pictures, enjoy some steak, and have an overall good time, find out more details for our Steak of the Union, 997WTN.com. I want to play this piece of audio real quickly. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she is talking about, of course, the Epstein files. Then we're going to move on to some other things, because from what I understand, Joan, hijinks and shenanigans in the Olympics, have the Canadians been cheating?
Apparently so. Actually, Sam knows more about this than me.
Yes, and we'll get to that as soon as we get to this. Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about the Epstein files.
So in the meantime, President Trump is calling it Epstein, the whole thing a hoax. Yeah. He's calling it a Democrat hoax. He won't have anything to do with the women. He still refuses to have anything to do with these women. So this whole thing is building. The women are saying President Trump did nothing wrong. They still say this. President Trump did nothing wrong. I know. Their attorney says Donald Trump's the only one that helped us. And guess what? That came out in the Epstein files, that he reported Jeffrey Epstein.
Right. So the whole point that she's trying to make is, why is Donald Trump not embracing the Epstein files, the release of the Epstein files, and all of that? And one of the things that she goes on to say, and I'll play the audio later on, but one of the things that Marjorie Taylor Greene says is that she says that Donald Trump said to her, well, a lot of my friends are in these files. And I think part of what, I wouldn't read too much into that, because there's 300 plus people, their names have been released, as we were talking about before, but no real context. So
he's also talked about the opportunity for Democrats and people on the left to insert his name or insert him in some way in a false fashion.
Yep.
So, yeah, I would be skeptical of it, too. I mean, this is all designed to get him, as everything is that they do.
That is exactly the point, Joan. That is exactly the point. Donald Trump, he's all about things that are tangible, right? Donald Trump likes his name on buildings, and he likes clear successes. And I believe that he's got a lot of successes. The economy's doing great. The situation with the border is really good. We're obviously working hard on illegal immigration, deporting all the bad guys. But he's got a lot of things to be proud of. And I think that for President Trump, he understands, I think now, he does understand how important the Epstein files and accountability, he knows how important that is to some folks, a lot of people all across the country. I think that he understands that there's so many, rabbit holes with this thing, that, as the president has even said, this will never go away. And so no matter how much information they release, there's still going to be people that will say, well, there's still information out there, and there's just never going to be any end to it, and it'll never go away, and it'll distract people from all of the things that he truly has done that, really has helped America's pocketbooks and so forth. But I do understand that people need to be held accountable if they did anything wrong. The question is, will anyone ever be held accountable? Because a lot of the names that have been released and a lot of the names that people talk about as having done something wrong, Peter Thiel is one of them. You've got all of these names out there. Steve Bannon is another one. There's no actual proof. You'll have people online that will say, well, we know that he did this. Really, what proof have you got? Like, what actual tangible proof do you have in video or in writing or in audio or whatever? What proof do you have? I mean, I'm willing to listen to anything, and I'm more than certain that some of these guys did some really awful things. But until you have the evidence, until you have the proof, they're just accusations. We got to get them. You got to get the evidence. You got to get them in a court of law. They've got to have a jury of their peers, and you've got to be able to hear the evidence. Otherwise, it's just a bunch of noise. And I'm with you, Joan. When do we start to see heads roll? The classic example is Prince Andrew. Okay, real quick. Let's talk about the cheating Canadians. Then we're going to talk about one of the unsung heroes here at WTN. But very quickly, let's talk about the Canadians cheating in the Olympics.
At curling.
At curling, of all things.
Yeah, so the heat kind of started Friday night, Canadian men's team versus the Sweden team. One of the guys on Team Canada is apparently notorious for this double touch move.
Mm-hmm.
According to the rules, the launch line, otherwise known as the hog line, you're supposed to let the rock go by the handle. Well, this guy's known for kind of taking his finger down and touching the side of the granite at the last second.
Now, can I describe real quickly, though? And, Joan, you've seen curling.
Yes, I have, but you're using terms like, what did you call it, a rock?
Yeah, that's what the curling object is called.
Basically, curling is like bowling on ice, kind of, sort of, or or shuffleboard on ice.
It's a combo between shuffleboard and bocce ball because somebody's got to be close to the center.
Yeah.
And what they do is they take their little scrapers and they manipulate the ice in front of the rock as it slides down the ice.
Yeah.
And that's how they can curl it around things.
Right. So apparently one of the Canadians touched the rock after it went across the line.
Yeah, and you're also not supposed to touch it by the granite, which is where he poked it. So the Sweden men's team had set up a camera on that line for this guy specifically, and they caught him. And on hot mic, you can hear him. They're saying, "Hey, by the way, you double touched it." And he goes, "No, the F I didn't." And the Swedish team is like, "Yeah, you did." He goes, "No, the F I didn't," even louder on NBC Sports and Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Swede goes, "It's okay. I show you after game. I show you video." And so that was Friday. Saturday, the women's team got into it with Switzerland, where a Canadian women's player accused of double touching the same thing, except this time the officials caught it. That stone was disqualified, rock, whatever you want to call it. And now Team Canada's up in arms about how they're being treated at the Olympics.
Well, if they cheated,
not cheating, right?
Yeah.
I mean, listen, if they cheated, then they deserve to be penalized as such. So if they have the proof that there was cheating, then they got to be disqualified.
Apparently, the referees do not use video replay as of right now. You'd think in 2026 that would be a thing.
Really?
So when the Swedes presented them with video evidence, they could not rule on it because they're not allowed to take video evidence into consideration. So the Canadian men's team on Friday was allowed to get away with it. Everybody on the internet reacting to this guy double touching it.
Right.
It was insane. The fact that they're going to dig their heels in and not own up to it. I mean, even the women's team that was caught by the officials saying that, "Oh, we never cheat. How dare you?"
What were you saying about condoms?
Oh,
yeah. There's a shortage.
There's a condom shortage at the Winter Olympics.
They went through 10,000 condoms in less than 72 hours at a Olympic Village population of, I believe, only 3,000 people.
You know.
Do they not know that women weaken legs? Sorry. Go on, Joan. What were we going to say?
A lot of these sports require
Nothing
strong
now.
legs.
Wow.
Oh, is that it? Okay, so I guess we're going to move on. I want to say one thing. So, Joan, you and Sam know Ron Wallace. So, we've had a lot of death. I mean, I've had just a lot of things happen over the last couple weeks. So, here at the radio station, Ron Wallace was a guy who was our production director. And most folks didn't know who he was. You probably, if we played something of Ron's, you would hear his voice and you'd know, oh, yeah, that guy. He passed away suddenly I guess it was about 2 weeks ago. So it's interesting how habits form. So every day at 9 o'clock, I would leave the radio station, Sam and Joan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'd leave the radio station through the back door, and I would go down that long ramp, and Ron Wallace would just be arriving into work. I've been doing the morning show for, I think, 4 or 5 years now, whatever it's been. Every day for like 5 years. Ron and I would pass each other on that ramp because he was like I had never seen somebody as such a creature of habit at what time that he would arrive every single morning. So, sometimes we would, chat. Sometimes it would be, hello and goodbye. But, wonderful, wonderful guy. He was in a prior life a big DJ out in Memphis. If I remember right, he actually interviewed Elvis Presley, and he worked for, a lot of the famous music moguls out there in Memphis. Just an amazing, amazing guy. And he, unfortunately, he was in his 70s, and he suddenly passed away. So I would absolutely call Ron one of the unsung heroes of WTN because he made sure we run a lot of commercials on this radio station, in case you hadn't noticed. And he's the guy that used to have to make sure that all that stuff ran smoothly. And he was such a wonderful guy. And every time I walk down that ramp, Joan, I miss Ron. Yeah. It's like, this is when I would talk to Ron, And so I personally miss Ron. I know a lot of us miss Ron as well. They had his funeral a couple of days ago, I think down in Alabama where he lived. And just a wonderful guy. And, of course, here at WTN also, we are mourning the loss of Aaron Stokes. We talked about this a little bit earlier here in the 5 o'clock hour. Killed along with his son Jackson, his nephew Colin, and a guy by the name of Austin Husky, a Middle Tennessee business owner. And Aaron Stokes, if you don't know, he was the guy who hosted Fixing Cars on Saturday morning. Long-time fixture here at WTN. He owned Eurofix, I think 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. Wonderful, wonderful guy. I didn't know Joan, but he was a youth minister, something like that?
Youth pastor and a missionary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just an amazing, amazing guy. Clearly an entrepreneur as well. And so, on this Monday, the President's Day, we're mourning the loss of Aaron Stokes and, of course, the unsung hero of WTN, Ron Wallace, as well. I want to play, and so prayers for all the families involved. I want to play, did you see Hillary Clinton get absolutely owned?
I loved this exchange more than anything else in the world.
All right, so I want to play this. This is Hillary Clinton, and she is absolutely fact-checked by a Czechoslovakian politician. And by the way, you do know that there was a time when this would never happen, when somebody would stand up to Hillary Clinton. My, how times have changed.
Well, first, I think you really don't like him.
That is absolutely true. But I really, not only do I not like him, I don't like him because of what he's doing to the United States and the world. And I think you should take a hard look at it if you think that there is something good that will come out of it.
Peter. What I think Trump is doing in America, I think it is reaction for something for some policies that really went too far from the regular people.
And he's obviously right. By the way, this is a Czech Deputy Prime Minister Peter Messina. And I wish we could do video, but the faces, Joan, have you seen the faces that Hillary was making?
Oh, my gosh, yes.
She is like eye-rolling like you wouldn't believe.
Like what?
Too far from reality. So, we saw the cancel culture. We saw the woke revolution. I don't agree with the gender revolution.
The funny thing is, Joan, she's laughing.
She's laughing, yes.
She's literally laughing at this guy like he's not making any sense. And he is making sense. This is precisely, among other things, this is precisely why Donald Trump won. Because of the woke cancel culture, because of, the issues with illegal immigration, Biden allowing all these people across the southern border. I could go on. I could extend this to an entire segment. Maybe I will a little bit later on. But the fact that Hillary actually doesn't even acknowledge that this dude even has a point?
Climate alarmism.
Which gender? Women having their rights?
No, let Peter go on.
I think there are two genders. So, but some of
half of us? Can we have our rights?
Some of us think that there is more than one, or more than two. Sorry, more than two gender. I think there is male and female, and the rest probably is a social construct. So this is something that went too far.
But does that justify selling out the people of Ukraine who are on the front lines dying to save their freedom and their two genders, if that's what you're worried about?
Can I please finish my points? I'm sorry that that makes you nervous. I'm really sorry for that.
It makes me nervous. It makes me
Yeah, you gotta love it. By the way, can I ask, how is Donald Trump selling out the people of Ukraine? He's not.
Over gender.
Yeah.
Like, that was the dumbest thing.
I don't know what Hillary is. She's just.
And we kind of went past it really quickly, but she was saying, he said, something about there's men and women. And she said, what part bothers you? The women get their rights?
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
What?
The only thing she's talking about there is abortion.
Yes.
It's whenever, women's rights.
Yes.
It's the only thing you mean, really, is you want to be able to kill babies.
Has Hillary had some work?
I don't know, but she is as frumpy as she has ever been.
Well, she looks like she's either had some work or she needs some. I don't know. I'm all about aging gracefully, but Hillary she looks a little bizarre these days. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think she probably, though, needs a brain transplant. Yeah. I think of all the body parts that needs to be traded out or upgraded, I think it's her brain.
I'd go for a soul first. But to your question about why she's laughing at him, that's the horse tranquilizers kicking in, and then they very quickly dissipate and wear off, and you see the be itching she be doing in public.
She didn't look good. It was not a good look, and the fact that this Czech politician is basically just owning her, and in front of all of these people, shows you, in my opinion, how irrelevant the Clintons are at this point. And whether it's because of the state of the Democrat Party today, or it's because Bill's involvement in the Epstein files, I mean, I don't know. But I think clearly the Democrat Party has moved beyond the Clintons. But here's the other thing. You could look at the gaslighting of the American people. I mean, this Czechoslovakian politician talking about the woke policies of the Democrats. I mean, it wasn't just I'm going to air quote this, the woke policies, but it was the gaslighting regarding Joe Biden's cognitive decline, clear cognitive decline. It was the partnership with the media to continue to forward that narrative. It was the border is secure when clearly it was not. It was letting all of those people in. It was up over 9% inflation. So, Hillary and her ilk can sit here and be and moan about Donald Trump. But the reality is things were a heck of a lot worse under the Democrat regime than right now where we are with Donald Trump. I mean, the Republicans, love them or hate them, I believe that they're doing really well. It looks like we may end up actually getting the SAVE Act passed. We'll have to wait and see what happens. We have a partial government shutdown, right, Joan?
Yes.
DHS is shut down? All right.
It is shut down.
So, there's still things that are going on that, need to, that we need to cover, and that the Democrats have now shut down the Department of Homeland Security. So, this is something that they're hoping will turn the tide against the Republicans. And I do understand there's a lot of people that are saying, and I'm one of them, that there are dangers ahead in the midterm elections. But the better the economy looks, and we got some very good numbers on Thursday and Friday. The unemployment numbers, I think, were out, and those looked better than expected. Inflation better than expected.
It was the number of jobs created.
The number of jobs created. Thank you, Joan. Mm-hmm. And we've got E.J. Antonio. E.J. Antoni is going to be coming up here at 6:35, going to talk about the economy and not only what we have seen, but also what is coming up, here in the next couple of weeks, and maybe some predictions heading into the midterm elections. But I think the Democrats, whether or not they're willing to admit it, they have some problems. And Republicans, obviously, we have our own issues as well. We'll see how it all plays out. But it was just fun to see Hillary Clinton get absolutely dunked on over the weekend. It is 5:56. Joan's got the news coming up at 6. Joan, what do you got?
Well, coming up here, an outbreak of flu shuts down another school system. And also, where are we on the testing of gloves in the Nancy Guthrie case? Those stories and more at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning. It's now 6:01. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. A dense fog advisory this morning for a handful of counties, including Cheatham, Dixon, Houston, Humphreys, Montgomery, Robertson, and Stewart counties. This is until 9 o'clock this morning. Portland is particularly affected by this. Also, we are looking at temps in the 70s this week. Stick around for Stefano's forecast coming up. More schools are closing their doors over the flu. Warren County schools are now closed through Wednesday, joining Coffee County and Manchester City schools in using an extended holiday to tamp down the spread of flu. A former officer has been indicted for alleged inappropriate contact with a resident.
They say Michael Singleton, who was an officer at the time with the Millersville Police Department, reportedly made inappropriate contact with a resident at her home. Officials say he failed to notify dispatch of where he was going, document the contact property, and he did not activate his body camera.
That's WSMV4's Lauren Lowry. The 33-year-old former officer was booked into jail on a $5,000 bond. A new video from Savannah Guthrie appealing for her mother's kidnappers to return her. Meantime, ABC's Alex Stone says tests are underway on the gloves found near the Guthrie home.
Agents are awaiting quality control tests before submitting the profile into the FBI's National DNA Database. In video captured by the New York Post, the glove is black latex, and investigators say they don't know yet if it has any connection to the case or if it's just roadside debris.
Friends of the Guthries say the family is frustrated with the pace of the investigation, but they aren't giving up hope. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The trading floor is deserted as investors take some time off to observe President's Day. The S&P closed out a losing week Friday with a tiny gain, likewise for the Dow going into the long weekend. Oil prices today are holding steady, with investors still trying to figure out how talks between the United States and Iran could affect oil markets. Brent crude futures were up 3 cents overnight at $67.78 a barrel.
That's ABC's Jim Ryan. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Just one crash to report at Old Hickory Boulevard and Marydale Drive, just north of town. And a reminder, watch out for those rolling roadblocks for pothole filling. And there's a dense fog advisory, primarily north of town, until about 9 a.m. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:06 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends, and welcome on into a Monday. It is President's Day. We are live. We are on the air, and darn glad for it as well. There's a lot of news going on. Hey, coming up at 6:35, going to speak to E.J. Antoni. He is our finances guy. We've had a lot of really good economic news here in the last several days, so we'll go over what has happened and what is next with E.J. Antoni. You know him from Fox News and, of course, here on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. What is going on with the SAVE Act? There was a massive move in the right direction over the weekend. Now, remember what the SAVE Act is. Generally speaking, I'll get into some details here in a little bit, but that basically will ensure free and fair elections. And so the Republicans in the House have been trying to get this passed, and it has passed in the House. Now it's over to the Senate, where big news over the weekend, Senator Susan Collins has now said that she would support it moving forward. So you have John Fetterman, a Democrat, and Susan Collins, both are now saying that they would support. That means that I believe, if my counting is correct, they've got the 50 votes. They just need to get it now to the Senate floor. Now, remember what this is. Remember what the SAVE Act is. It would require proof of citizenship to register, and you would need to show a photo ID to vote. Our own Senator Bill Hagerty was on with Maria Bartiromo over the weekend. And this is part of what Hagerty had to say, and it's a good interview. Here he is.
The SAVE Act does is very simple. It simply requires what we require here in my home state of Tennessee. It codifies that to demonstrate that you are indeed an American citizen. In order to vote, you have to be qualified. And then when you go to the poll, you have to prove that you're yourself by showing an ID. That is not hard. That's not difficult. And it does not impinge on the state's constitutional abilities to set the time and manner and place of elections. It seems like it should be a no-brainer, but the reason that it's not is because the Democrats under the Biden administration flooded this country with tens of millions of illegal aliens. They want chaos in the elections. They want no voter ID. And so you've got to really ask yourselves, who do they represent? Why are they trying to do this?
Well, Senator, if you look at what has been going on the last 5 years or so, it is obvious who the Democrats represent. I want you to think about it this way, and you folks do as well. Joe Biden lets in tens of millions of illegal aliens, including a lot of bad people, right? Donald Trump comes in, he tries to deport them, and Democrats freak out. And they try and block mass deportations, including people who have done horrible things. I want to give you an example. Joan, did you see this viral video? Sam as well. Did you see this viral video over the weekend? It is an ICE agent be confronted by one of these idiot social justice warriors. Here is that audio. Very, very funny.
This isn't a good look for you.
You think I care about my look?
No, oh no, trust me.
When you guys
It is evident by how you look you don't care. We get that, trust me. No, that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying this, trying to be a social warrior. If you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
No, I don't care because you guys
Thank you. There you go.
Wow, what an admission.
No, I don't care. Let's just play that real quick.
Warrior, if you actually cared, you probably would care about the child who got raped and also the person who got murdered by the person that we were looking for. But see, you don't care.
No, I don't care.
All right, so we need to know.
Okay, well then.
No, I don't care.
It's all the processed foods, man.
I think it's probably the hair dye, you know,
I was
it's
thinking the
seeping
same
into their
thing.
brain.
Yeah.
You know, maybe it's that. But that is but one example of many where the Democrats, going off of what Senator Bill Hagerty said with Maria Bartiromo, who do the Democrats truly represent, right? So ICE is trying to get rid of, and the Border Patrol trying to get rid of, you know, bad hombres and so forth, and the Democrats trying to protect them at all costs. You had Joe Biden and the Democrats importing all of these illegal aliens. And so, yeah, wouldn't it be nice if they actually wanted to protect the American people instead of trying to protect the guys, the gang members and so forth, who killed American citizens and raped our women and children and so on and so forth. And so, you know, one of the things that woman said, she claimed what they were trying to do was detain legal immigrants. And sorry, but I believe that ICE knows what they're doing. I just do. But Senator Haggerty is all about getting this done, the Save America Act.
I think the American public is with us on this one. We're looking at the talking filibuster. It's something that has not been used in a long, long time. It's a complicated process, but I think we're going to look at every way we possibly can to get this to the floor, to defeat the Democrats' obstructionism, and do something that makes common sense for America. And now that we have Susan on board, I think we're going to be laser focused on this and any other method that we can utilize to get this onto the floor, because this is obviously something the American people want.
All right, so the nuking of the filibuster, as you folks know, has been all the talk lately. And if the Republicans eliminate it so they can move forward with the SAVE Act, that is what the Republicans have been talking about. Should they eliminate or nuke that filibuster? Now, remember what the filibuster is. You could just get up there and talk and talk and talk and talk and delay the vote. Now, it takes 60 votes to break a filibuster, so any group of 41 senators can literally block a bill, even if the majority of the Senate supports it. It can even be a bipartisan bill. But 41 senators can filibuster to shut down a bill's passing. So that's what the Democrats are going to do. These days, they can simply just threaten the filibuster without actually doing the marathon speeches. They call that the ghost filibuster, the silent filibuster, whatever. But the Republicans are now threatening to bring back the actual talking filibuster. Now, Murphy Show is all about bringing this back, and it does make a lot of sense. Once that filibuster ends, by the way, 60 votes can invoke cloture. If cloture succeeds, they can go towards a final vote. If cloture fails, the bill remains stalled. The bottom line is that for the SAVE Act, the Republicans have got to do something to get this thing passed. And if that means that they need to eliminate the filibuster, if that means that they need to bring back the talking filibuster, if that would help, that's what they need to do. I mean, listen, we've all seen the polling. It is clear that people want to enforce ID to vote. That is simple. And that is obvious. And so for the Republicans, this is something that they really do need to figure out a way to get this passed.
I think what we'll have, if we actually implement it, is a higher turnout at elections, because people will have more confidence that the election of their vote is going to be sacred, it's going to be safe, and we're going to have voter integrity.
See, I think there's a lot of people that actually do not vote because they don't feel like there's any integrity in the votes. I think there's a lot of people that have no confidence in our elections, and that's why they don't vote. And I mean, I would say that that is absolutely spot on. So when you see the polling that we've all been talking about for the last, several weeks, where you've got the Democrats, you've got, the black community, you've got all voters, everybody wants to have free and fair elections with picture ID, voter ID, to ensure that everybody who is voting is supposed to be voting. Got a lot more straight ahead. 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN.
Yeah, still have that one injury crash at Old Hickory Boulevard and Marydale Drive in North Nashville. Reminder to watch out for road crews rolling to fill potholes around the Nashville area. And a fog advisory still in effect till about 9 a.m., especially north of town. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Got to turn the mic on, Dan.
Thank you. Yes, I do need to turn the mic on. Foggy start, apparently in my head. Also partly sunny with a high of 64. Feeling like 67. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's Jim Crow 2.0.
No, Chuck, it is not Jim Crow 2.0.
It's Jim Crow 2.0.
No, it's not. But here's the deal. Remember that they said this, and you just heard the audio that I played with Senator Bill Haggerty, where he was talking about, if this passes, we will have more people turn out to vote, because right now there's a good number of Americans who don't have any real confidence in our elections. Does anybody remember what happened in Georgia when they passed their own voter integrity laws? Everybody said the black vote would be suppressed. Everybody said, oh, no. If you pass these voter integrity laws in Georgia, guess what's going to happen?
It's Jim Crow 2.0.
The black people are not going to come out to vote. They lost the All-Star game in Atlanta. Remember that whole thing? lost millions of dollars. Went to Lily White, Denver. That's what happened. Oh, Stacey Abrams out there hooting and hollering. All the rest of the race baiters were out there screaming as well. They had record turnout when they passed the voter integrity laws, the election integrity laws in Georgia. They had record turnout. From the Washington Examiner, the number of votes cast on day one of early voting surged to nearly twice the figures recorded in 2018. That year, Georgia witnessed unprecedented voter turnout across the board. In the 2022 primaries, the state drew a 212 jump in early voting across 2020, the last presidential primary year. Many of the early voters were black, an outcome which the Black Voters Matter Fund celebrated. Election integrity laws matter. They go on to say voter turnout in Georgia reached historic highs on the first day of early voting in this midterm election, and black voters comprised 35% of all of those who turned out to vote. So, yeah, I believe that Senator Bill Hagerty is right. We will see more people coming out to vote. When there is a lot of hijinks and shenanigans going on in our elections, and when people don't have confidence in the elections, and those people are mostly Republicans, that is voter suppression. That is what the Democrats specialize in when they want to bring in all of these, in my opinion, illegal aliens to vote and have enough room where if they need to cheat, they can.
I think John and the entire leadership are looking at the best method to get this done. I think we all want it to happen. So I won't get ahead of the leader. He's got to navigate the procedural aspects of this in the Senate. But I think it's clear. Certainly Republicans want to see this happen. It's common sense. And I hope we get on it as soon as we possibly can.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens. As you all know, it passed a second version passed the House of Representatives last week. Now, John Thune, the majority leader there in the Senate, has to get it out of committee and onto the Senate floor. All right, it is 6:20 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. Joan, you've got the latest on Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah.
And I want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. They found, over the weekend, they found a glove with some DNA on it.
Right.
And so we don't know yet whose DNA it is.
But they were able to say that it's not anybody in the Guthrie family or anybody that's close to Nancy Guthrie that they have already tested to match the DNA against.
One of the things I thought was interesting, they said that, they floated the possibility, local authorities, I guess, floated the possibility that this was a robbery gone awry.
I don't know why they did. Yes, they did. And now that sheriff that we all see, Nando, I think his name is, whatever, he says that it's not. Like, he put that to rest. That is not what they're investigating.
Was he the one that said it was a robbery gone bad? Because it was somebody there said it, and I was listening to Fox News on the way in, and they were like, yeah, this sheriff is famous for having to walk stuff back.
Yeah.
I mean, this sheriff has been unimpressive, to say the least. There was the story that we talked about on Fridays. We continue to cover this, where the local authorities there in Tucson were refusing to share information or ask the FBI to, help in certain aspects of the investigation. So there's been that issue going on as well. But now that they've got some DNA, now what they're going to do, they're going to put it into the big, I guess, DNA database and see if there is some sort of a match.
So that's one of the problems with this local sheriff, because he's sending everything to a lab in Florida. Well, they're doing the testing there in Florida. Now that they've come up with a DNA sample, like a DNA match that they can identify, now they're going to send it over to Quantico in Virginia, the FBI's system, and it'll be checked through CODIS, which could match it to other cases or people who are in their system. Great, except that when you do that, when you have it at a smaller lab, wherever, and you do some DNA testing, you degrade the sample. So now they've got to take it over to Quantico and do the same testing, but on a degraded sample.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so it's not helping the case at all.
Which can
And,
lead to false positive matches
Yeah.
because of how degraded aspects of the DNA chain are.
And I think at this point, while people obviously are worried about future trials, essentially they just want to find the mom.
Yeah.
Like right now,
Yeah.
they just want to find the mom. I think you played some audio earlier, Joan, of Savannah Guthrie, and she has another, over the
Video,
weekend, I guess, she
yeah.
has another message. And, she was communicating right with the kidnappers. And basically, I think she said something like, you're not alone, and some of these other things that, clearly what she's trying to do is she's trying to connect with the kidnappers, trying to maybe form some sort of a bond, if you will, or maybe drum up some sympathy from the kidnappers to try to get, Nancy Guthrie back. I don't know if it'll work. I just don't understand. The Guthrie family, and maybe this is what I'm missing. I'm reading all about it, but the Guthrie family has said they're willing to pay. I mean, in so many words. So I don't know what the problem is. I mean, if they're willing to pay and the kidnappers have come out and said to the effect of, I don't think we're being taken seriously. They say they feel like we're not being taken seriously. Well, what more do you want? The Guthrie family is saying we're willing to talk.
Yeah.
So I don't get it.
Also with those gloves, they're saying the New York Post has a story about how there have been so many gloves discarded by the people who are out there doing the investigations. When they get done, they take off their gloves and they just throw them. So now they're finding all these gloves 2 miles away from the house on these roads that are, lead out from the subdivisions.
Yeah.
That they don't know whose are the investigators' gloves and who are gloves that are suspect, because they all look the same. They're those black, gloves. Yeah. Right. So they all look the same, and they're all torn off, from the wrist down, like inside out, like somebody took them off and discarded them quickly to get away, whatever.
Yeah.
So, they're saying that the investigators are making more a mess than anything.
And they've opened up the crime scene way too early.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just everywhere you go.
They've done stuff that's really odd.
Yeah, they opened it up too early. They reclosed it. They opened it back up. Then they had to come back, I think. I mean, just everywhere you turn. Yeah. And we talked last week about how these 6, from what I understand, if I'm reading it correctly, there are 6 main detectives. And a lot of them are saying that they don't have the experience to be handling this kind of a high pressure, high, public scrutiny investigation.
Yep.
And by the way, Savannah Guthrie apparently thinking of stepping down from the Today Show.
Yeah, she is off the show indefinitely and has no plans to return.
Yeah, she feels like one of the things that she has said is, and I feel bad for Savannah Guthrie. One of the things that she has said, she blames herself for this because they did a segment a while ago, it was probably on Mother's Day, where they brought cameras into Nancy Guthrie's home. Meet Nancy Guthrie, Savannah's mom, this is her home and so forth. And, they think that Savannah Guthrie is thinking that maybe that is what gave the kidnappers the idea. So there's a lot going on in this case. We'll continue to cover it. EJ Antoni with Your Money coming up at 6:35. It is 6:25 right now. Joan's got the news at 6:30. Joan.
Yeah, so where are we in the partial government shutdown? We will take a look. And Costco is making some changes to make life easier on you. We'll explain coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:25, Nashville's Morning News. Window Nation. Listen, it is still cold. Is your heat running more than it should? It is probably because your window insulation has failed. When it does, all your heat escapes and the cold gets in. The pros at Window Nation can help you get new energy-efficient windows at a great price. Now, Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 Windows free sale, it is going on right now. It is a great time to replace all the windows in your home. Buy 4, get 4 windows absolutely free. You could also get them with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. You act right now, and you get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. So you can replace your old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from my friends at Window Nation. They've got over 45,000 five-star reviews, 96% customer satisfaction rating. I am one of those that gave them that 5-star review. WindowNation.com. Don't forget that great deal. Buy 4 windows, get 4 windows free. You can also get them with 0 money down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And you can also get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. WindowNation.com. WindowNation.com.
morning. It's now 6:31, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have a dense fog advisory in effect until 9 o'clock this morning for some areas north of Nashville. Check it out this morning. You may need a couple of extra moments to get to work. It is day 3 of the partial government shutdown. Democrats are still demanding changes to immigration enforcement in order to get any DHS funding.
Really unclear when this partial shutdown is going to end, with, congressional leaders out for several days on recess. And while those talks are ongoing, they are pretty far apart on a lot of these issues.
That's ABC Selena Wang. Some logging operations are taking place in Lawrence County. So some roads and trails at the Laurel Hill Wildlife Management Area will be closed.
Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, TWRA, they say trail riders, anglers, and hunters should be careful, as heavy equipment and trucks will be present on some roads and trails within the WMA.
That's Channel 4's Lauren Lowry. TWRA says logging helps to maintain habitat across the landscape and also benefits wildlife in the area. Costco finally bringing its cake and deli tray ordering system into the 2000s. The retailer has created a place on its app and even online where you can place an order and expect it to be ready for pickup within 24 to 48 hours. Customers will no longer have to go into the local warehouse and fill out paperwork in order to place an order. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Hey, Joan, I don't know if you saw this.
Yeah?
But there's a fancy new coffee machine in the break room.
I did. I saw it. In fact, I used it this morning.
Yeah? How you feeling?
It's pretty strong.
I'm noticing that Sam is doing the traffic now.
Yeah.
Is that because you're having to run to the bathroom?
It is a very strong espresso that it pumps out of that thing.
So it's funny you should mention that, because I just got one.
Okay, so we can expect you will miss some breaks or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to.
He was just about to put it to his lips, and then I mentioned.
Yeah, he mentioned that you had an espresso and it's giving you some tummy troubles.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I
Careful of that
should.
stuff.
I was very excited. We have a new coffee machine here, so we're all kind of trying it out. I've got a cast iron stomach with all the coffee that I've had over the years. I'm going to take the Cumulus Espresso Challenge.
Yeah.
And see if I can drink this espresso without the Jones side effects.
Good luck with that.
We'll see how I do. All right, thank you, Joan.
Yeah, and Dan,
Yes.
thank you too.
Thank you.
Yeah. I enjoy having my stomach troubles broadcast.
Oh,
Right?
I'm sorry. Can we dump the last 4 minutes? Apparently not.
Too
I'm
late.
sorry, John.
Yeah.
Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry, and I got to tell you, listen, I know some people that are in this boat that may have shanked Valentine's Day over the weekend. If that's you, it's not too late to go to Brentwood Jewelry, because they've got all the good stuff at Brentwood Jewelry at great prices as well. So if you shanked it and you've got to, make up for it by getting something really good, go to Brentwood Jewelry. They've got a wide array of gifts for the lady in your life. Rings and watches, earrings, necklaces, and pendants. And ladies, for the guys in your life, they've got all the classic brands of watches and money clips and so much more, all with great selection and value, and yes, something for every budget. Now, I bought Amy a couple of sets of earrings from Brentwood Jewelry. She has bought me an amazing watch, too. What can Brentwood Jewelry do for you? 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. Find them online anytime. It is BrentwoodJewelry.com.
No accidents this morning to report on, but you do have a big old backup starting to build now on 24 westbound. Starts around the Laverne area and heads all the way into Nashville. It's also pretty slow this morning on 65 south into the Goodlettsville area, and 24 heading eastbound, heading in from the north. That's also pretty slow after Pleasant View. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.638 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News. We are live. It is President's Day. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Maria Bartiromo.
The president's plan is working. The Trump economy is delivering for the American people. That we have strong growth, and inflation is in fact coming down. For the past 3 months, inflation is 2.1%, close to the Federal Reserve's target, and a measure called Trueflation, which is daily observations, now is below 1%. So inflation down, strong growth, stocks at a record high, and the lowest crime rate in over 100 years. Democrats don't want to talk about that. They want to hoot and holler.
That is most certainly true. The Democrats like their hooting and hollering. EJ Antoni is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. EJ, always great to have you on. People know you from Fox News, Heritage Foundation as well, and always love having you on. So tell me about this Trueflation. I've never heard of Trueflation. Let's just start there that the Treasury Secretary was talking about. What is Trueflation, and how does that look as far as the overall inflation numbers go?
Well, thanks for having me again. Look, Trueflation is a great tool. It's basically a price aggregator of literally millions of data points every single day. By contrast, something like the Bureau of Labor Statistics with their consumer price index, they look at several thousand prices just 3 times a month. But again, Trueflation looks at millions of prices every single day. And unlike BLS, where they rely on surveyors essentially to walk through a grocery store and write down the price of everything, what Trueflation does is they scrape the data directly from the source. So whether it's Walmart.com or Amazon.com, they will go on to those websites and get the data directly from the retailers, and they can even look up the difference in sales taxes between states, between zip codes. You can get local, regional price data as well. It really is an absolutely tremendous resource, and it doesn't suffer from a lot of the programs that the Consumer Price Index or CPI does. And because of that, when you look at these very, very low inflation readings that we get today, I think we should have a lot more confidence in something like that than the lagging indicator that is the CPI.
Hey, let's talk a little bit about, because one of the things that some people are saying, critics of Donald Trump, and, I know that there's a lot of them listening right now. One of the things that they'll say is, and there's a difference between inflation and the prices of goods and so forth. And so you and I have spoken about that before. But one of the things that they always say is, well, the price of groceries is too high, is still too high. The basket of goods is still too high. But if I'm listening to you and what you're saying about Trueflation, Trueflation truly is an indicator that a lot of these items are going down.
Well, exactly. And, even if we look at just the CPI itself, you do see some deflation there. You see it in certain foodstuffs, whether it's things like eggs, but you also see it in other consumer staples as well, especially in energy. Look at gasoline, where, again, prices are not just going up slower, which is that disinflation, but you actually have some prices going down. That's the deflation that everybody wants. But probably most importantly is the fact that if you look at income relative to prices, it's rising. In other words, your real or your inflation adjusted income is what's going up. So it's not just that you need prices to go down, which, trust me, I would love that. Everybody would love to see prices going down, but it's that your income is going up faster than prices. Under Biden, the big problem was the fact that it was the opposite. Prices were going up faster than incomes. In other words, real wages were falling. But today, now we've returned to growth where your income is rising faster than prices. In other words, your real wages are rising, and therefore your paycheck is not only bigger, but it buys you more. That's the ultimate solution here, and that's what we need more of.
EJ, let me ask you, because also rents have gone down. I mean, that is also, over the last couple of weeks, that's also been part of the economic conversation. Rents are going down, and some people will say, well, yeah, because there's a lot of illegal aliens that are leaving the country, and that means that there's more room for actual Americans. But, you know, when you look at the overall economic picture of the average American, we do see, and you just mentioned it, and I always talk about real wages. Real wages, they are up, and you're talking about trueflation, which is going down. We've also added jobs, and that was one of the stories last week. And it just seems like in gas prices continue to be low. And that'll probably go up once it gets closer to summertime. But it does seem like there's a lot of economic indicators that do show that there's a lot of good things happening economically for the American people.
Oh, absolutely, Dan. And look, so much of what we're seeing today is a 180-degree change from what we had under Biden. For example, under Biden, looking at job growth, the job growth in the private sector specifically, month over month, that really peaks in the summer of 2021, and then it starts to trend down. In other words, on average, you're adding fewer private sector jobs every month. And by the time you get to January 2025, the handoff month between Biden and Trump, private sector job growth is actually deeply negative. By January of 2025, the economy was only adding government jobs. Now, you fast forward exactly 1 year, and it has flipped where the public sector is actually losing jobs, and the productive private sector is what was adding jobs in January of 2026. Furthermore, if you look at incomes, you're absolutely right. Incomes rose slower than prices under Biden. They are now rising faster than prices under Trump. Again, that's a positive change. You can look at federal finance, which was deteriorating. The deficit was getting larger under Biden. This fiscal year, we've seen a reduction of about 17% in the deficit. Now, obviously, we'd love to see the deficit go away entirely and return to a surplus. We're not there yet, but at least the deficit is shrinking. Again, we are on our way. So many of these different metrics, again, they were getting worse under Biden, and now they are getting better under Trump.
What is Donald Trump doing specifically to help the economy? I mean, we know that the tariffs, and we can argue all day long and twice on Sunday as to whether or not the tariffs are working. But what are the policies that we can point to as the midterm elections approach where we say, look, what Donald Trump is doing is working? We've got, real wages are up, trueflation is going down, jobs are being added, so on and so forth. I mean, what is Trump doing to help all this along?
Well, one of the things that you already mentioned was the deportations, right? When we look at housing, going back to that real quick, it's a story of supply and demand, right? Not just demand, not just supply, it's supply and demand. And so by deporting so many illegal aliens who never should have been here in the first place, you are reducing demand for housing units. Think of it. If you import 10 million people, they're all going to have to live somewhere, right? And sure enough, if you look at cities that have been, for the most part, cooperating with federal immigration enforcement, interestingly, they tend to also be cities that are adding a lot of housing supply. And so increasing supply and decreasing demand is a 1-2 punch that's reducing prices. And where are you seeing rents go down? It's places like Dallas. It's places like Tampa. It's places like Phoenix, like Miami, like Austin. In fact, in Austin, you're seeing rents today that are basically back down to where they were before the pandemic, except people's incomes have increased over that time. So rents relative to incomes are actually now down, if you can believe it. On top of that, you have this huge deregulatory push by this administration. They rolled back a record amount of burdensome regulation in just a single year. You also have the tax cut effect that's coming online now. So whether it's taxes, whether it's regulation, whether it's enforcing immigration, this administration really is taking, I think, a whole of government approach, and it's starting to pay dividends. Sure, there's an on-ramp period. These things don't have an effect right away, but it is starting to have an effect, and I think that's showing up now in the macro level data.
AJ Antoni is joining us here on Nashville's Morning News. I've been doing something here on the show, not so scientific survey, but been asking people, all right, so as you go get your taxes done, Scott Bessent was out there saying that people are going to get a lot of money back in taxes. I've been asking people if their tax returns, once they're done with them, are they getting money back to their expectations as set by the Trump administration? A lot of people saying, yes, they are. Some people are not. What are you seeing from your vantage point with Fox News and Heritage as well, really dialed into this stuff? Is there an indicator that the promises made by the Trump administration as far as a lot of money coming back to the American people in tax returns, has that actually been the case?
Yeah, so it depends on who you talk to, but overall, we're definitely seeing that increase. Particularly, if I talk to folks that are in the middle class or maybe lower income folks, you're definitely seeing an increase there. If I talk to people who are small business owners, if I talk to people who are just starting a business, that's where I think we tend to see the largest increases in those tax returns. That's where, for example, you see more of the blue collar folks who are relying on tipped income, who are relying on overtime. It's also where you see a lot of people who are making large investments in their own small business, and because of the changes to the tax code, where a lot of those investments or a lot of those types of income are now tax deductible or tax free, that's where you're seeing the biggest returns. But one of the things I really want to encourage people to do is, as they do their taxes, and you should really do it sooner rather than later this year because of the larger refunds, is I would encourage people to adjust their withholdings if that's needed, because there's no reason going forward, now that you have a lower tax liability, there's no reason going forward for you to keep the same level of withholdings. In other words, to keep more and more money withheld from your paycheck, so that you then have to basically give the government a loan for a year and wait until April of 2027 before you're going to get your next tax return. You might as well adjust that withholdings so that you're only withholding as much as you need to and not anything extra going forward.
All right, anything we need to worry about before the midterm elections? I feel like from an economic standpoint, we are clearly heading in the right direction. The Democrats have all been about affordability, and it just seems like, and correct me if I'm wrong, we are headed in the right direction. I think there's probably still some work to be done, but do you have any bold predictions heading into November as far as the economy goes? And will it be where we need it to be to maintain control of the House and the Senate?
Oh, goodness. Well, I'm a monetary scientist, not a political scientist, so my political predictions are usually never very good. But what I will say is that I think your point on us heading in the right direction now, and there's still being work to be done, I think that's absolutely correct. Under Biden, if you look at what the average American could buy with his or her weekly paycheck, it fell about 4%. And that's pretty devastating over 4 years. Even though people were working more hours, for example, making more money, they still went backwards financially. Conversely, though, under Trump, in just 1 year, we've seen the opposite, where what the average American can buy with his or her weekly paycheck, that's gone up about 2%. And so, again, that tells you two things. Number one, we've course corrected. You were heading in the wrong direction. Now you're heading in the right direction. But the other thing it tells you is the second point that you just made, which is that there's still work to be done. People haven't yet made up all the lost ground under Biden. And so I would anticipate probably November is going to look like a referendum, if you will, on how much of that lost ground has actually been made up under the first 2 years or so, really year and a half under Trump.
All right. Always great to speak with you, E.J. Antoni, and we'll catch you again sometime down the road. It is 6:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People chiming in, by the way. One guy says that he got, under Joe Biden, he had to pay $7. Now, under Trump in his first term, he's getting back $1,700. So, as EJ said, it all just depends on who you talk to and what your own financial situation is. It's obviously hard to predict, but you keep them coming because I think the experience is really interesting to read. It is 6:53. Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan, what do you got?
We have some heavy fog in some places this morning. Could make the commute a little longer today. Also, times are a-changing in Lebanon today. A historic cabin is being torn down. Those stories and more at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, it's Dan Mandis. How would you like to have a guarantee that your internet would not go up for 5 years? I want to tell you about my friends at Xfinity and their 5-year price guarantee. It is their gold medal celebration. You know, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Well, Xfinity obviously can't guarantee that, but what they can guarantee is something just as important, that your internet price is not going to change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments, just the same internet price for 5 years guaranteed. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Right now through February 22nd, get their best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years, guaranteed just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That is a $10.99 value a month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY. Visit xfinity.com or drop into a store today.
Okay, less volume than normal on this Monday, President's Day, but watch out for a wreck still over at Old Hickory Boulevard and Marydale Drive. Apparently, the road is going to be blocked due to that crash. Police activity with the gore blocked on I-40 westbound at the Spence Lane, exit 213 area. A reminder to watch out for rolling roadblocks for pothole patching and patches of dense fog in certain areas this morning. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.659 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It's Nashville's morning news. All right, so today is President's Day, Joan.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Today is not Washington's birthday. It's Lincoln's birthday, apparently. No, wait, Lincoln was born on February 12th, so that's my bad. So today's what, the 16th?
Yeah.
So Lincoln's birthday was February 12th. Washington's birthday apparently was the 22nd of February as well. So I don't know if there was a president actually born on today's date.
And it was too much to give each of them a day.
Right.
So he had to combine them.
So he had to combine them all into President's Day.
Right.
Originally, it was Washington's birthday. And I don't know, at some point, I think they did call it Washington's Day or something, or whatever. But they just made it into President's Day, which makes sense, right? So
yeah, it's always observed on the third Monday in February.
Yes, the third, and it's a federal holiday, which
is known as Washington's birthday. You are correct.
Yeah, but not his actual birthday. Because I said that it was George Washington's birthday earlier, and I was fact checked, of course, on the.
The fact checkers, it originated as a celebration of George Washington's birthday on February 22nd, his Gregorian calendar birth date in 1732.
All right, very good. With all of that, happy President's Day. And if you're working today, well, I think we're live all day long, as a matter of fact, here on WTN. It is a 7 o'clock Super Talk 99. Oh, by the way, hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Have you heard the audio of AOC when she's answering a question about Taiwan?
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my God. We're going to listen to that coming up next. And also,
that's fun with audio right there.
It is. And we will have a lot of fun with that audio. Coming up here on Super Talk 99.7, also Ro Khanna and his reaction to the release over the weekend of more Epstein files. It is all straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning to you. It is 7:01, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Starting off the day with a tough commute in some spots this morning.
As you're up and out the door this morning, Franklin in southern Kentucky, Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Murray, Paris, Waverly, through Decaturville. Dense fog advisories in effect until 9 a.m.
Yeah, and more in Stefano's full forecast coming up after the news. The WTN team mourning the loss of Aaron Stokes, a voice you've heard here on the air for years. Channel 4's Steve Mailing reports.
Tributes are pouring in across the country, remembering Aaron Stokes for the person he was. The Middle Tennessee entrepreneur was on a small plane with his son Jackson, his nephew Colin, and friend Austin Husky when the plane went down in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, about 3 hours from Denver Friday morning. Stokes founded Eurofix, an auto repair company for European-made vehicles, and also founded ShopFix Academy, a consulting business for other auto shops across the country. Aaron was also remembered for his beliefs, with active roles in his church in Franklin, as well as his work as a missionary and youth pastor.
Austin Husky was the third-generation owner of Franklin's Husky Building Supply. Happening today in Lebanon, the little cabin that sits near the roundabout off the historic square is being removed. The Nettie Jacobs cabin dates back to 1801. It is in disrepair, and it appears developers are not going to try to save it. They're going to tear it down. In its place, a new green space, a concert staging area, and seating. Lebanon City Council approved that plan back in December. For the first time, the U.S. military has airlifted a small nuclear reactor, flying its components separately on 3 C-17 transport planes from California to Utah. It's part of President Trump's push to deploy nuclear power across the U.S.
The Pentagon calls it Operation Windlord. The mission marks the first time the military has transported a modern nuclear reactor by air. Officials envision a future where bases can continue to operate during emergencies like cyber attacks. The micro-reactor is roughly the size of a semi-truck and is designed to turn a base into a self-contained energy island.
That's ABC's Hannah Battah. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Markets are closed today for the President's Day holiday. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
In the Dale-Mere area, still have that crash at Old Hickory Boulevard and Marydale Drive. The road is blocked due to that crash. Over in the Glencliff area, unspecified police activity has the Gore blocked at I-40 westbound at the Spence Lane, exit 213 area. A reminder, watch out for rolling roadblocks for pothole patching this morning, and patchy fog will be present throughout the Nashville area as you make your way into town. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Welcome on in to a President's Day. We are live and lots of news to talk about. By the way, coming up at 7:35, we've got the TVA up to their old hijinks and shenanigans again. You know what they're doing now? There's a farm, and it's in Sumner County. And this is a multi-generational farm. They've been farming this land for, I think, seven generations, 8 generations. And the TVA wants to put one of those massive, like, transmission lines or a bunch of them on this property. And the farmers were like, what the heck? They come out and they start surveying or whatever. And now we've got county commissioners that are getting involved. John Rich is getting involved, because he's like a one-man mission, against the TVA. And I think it's a fascinating story about how this, these farmers in Sumner County, they're having to battle the TVA. And it's like the TVA, and this is maybe unfair, but it's like they just show up and they just start trying to abscond with people's land. Now, there was some communication involved. We're going to get through the whole thing coming up at 7:35. Really, really interesting story, and looking forward to that discussion coming up here on Nashville's Morning News. So AOC, Joan and Sam, she was asked a question. I'm not sure exactly where she was, but she was asked a question about China and Taiwan, and it did not go well for AOC.
Would and should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan if China were to move?
I think that this is such a, I think that this is a, this is, of course, a very longstanding policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point. And we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
So that was pretty rough.
That was not presidential, I would say, Dan.
To be fair, she probably thought boots on the ground was a cocktail.
So she was at the Munich Security Conference. Now, can I just say that if you're going to the Munich Security Conference, you better know the various issues. And if you're going to be up, she's on like some sort of a panel, and there's all these people around her that had to be just wanting to jump in to rescue her. But if you're going to be on a panel at the Munich Security Conference, know your stuff. And you're right. Who was it, Joan? Joan said that doesn't sound presidential?
Because all they actually do there is, it's a lot of puffing up their chests and saying, hey, look at me, I'm presidential. And she didn't appear that way.
No, is that what they do at the Munich Security Conference?
That's all it's about. It's just about appearing there. It's like Davos,
Well, then why is Hillary there?
Yeah, exactly.
You think Hillary's going to run again?
I think
There's no way. How old is she now?
Even if she doesn't run again, she wants to posit herself as being capable of, if any of you messes up, I could jump in and take over,
Oh, she could save the day.
I've got a hot take on that. I think she'll be a VP candidate for whoever they thrust on the libs this time. Because then they'll say that they have the historical presence of a former first lady and former presidential candidate herself.
I don't think that Hillary would take, and I could be wrong on this. Joan, you let me know if I'm wrong. But I think that Hillary's ego will not allow her to be a VP candidate. That's my hot take.
I think you're absolutely right. She thinks she is the boss.
Well, no, clearly it's AOC who's the boss.
Yeah.
By the way, people, I just played you the AOC audio. People are comparing it to that ill-fated Miss South Carolina 2007 in the Miss Teen USA.
I personally believe that U.S. Americans are unable to do so because some people out there in our nation don't have maps, and I believe that our education, such as in South Africa and the Iraq, everywhere such as, and
oh my gosh.
Had you heard this before?
I have.
Okay, I may be the only one in the world that has not heard this before.
I believe
such as
that they should, our education over here in the U.S. should help the U.S. Or should help South Africa and should help the Iraq and the Asian countries, so we will be able to build up our future.
Wow.
She sounded better than AOC though.
Yeah.
You know the Pam from The Office meme. It's like through the same picture. It's the same audio track in my mind.
That was bad. Who sounded worse, AOC or Miss South Carolina 2007?
AOC.
I don't even know. Well, okay. Here's what I'm going to say. My hot takes, is we're going to talk about hot takes. I expect more from AOC. Yeah. Now, maybe stupidly enough, but girlfriend, AOC, if you're going to put yourself at the Munich Security Conference, then you got to know your stuff. I mean, fair or not, I don't expect a lot from a beauty pageant, Miss Teen USA. I just don't.
Miss South Carolina.
And I don't. And honestly, I think it's stupid that they ask them those questions.
Yes.
Like, that is so unfair. How do you study for that? If you are, you either know stuff or you don't. You know what I mean? Like, you're either interested in it or you're not. And I think that puts them, unless you can somehow wind it all the way over towards, wanting world peace, you're just putting them in a terrible position. And I don't think that's fair.
They don't ask male bodybuilders these questions at their competitions.
Do you remember when they asked one of the candidates, because they knew her stance that she was a Christian, what she felt about gay marriage, I guess it was. And then the nation just skewered her for her response.
I do remember that.
Because she said marriage is between a man and a woman. And I mean, it's really a platform. It has nothing to do with these, like, showing the girls all around. It's supposed to show how they're well-rounded. They're not just beautiful, but they also have brains. But what it does is it's ridiculous.
Well, it's not fair.
Right.
Like, I just, you're putting them in an impossible position. Apparently, also, AOC said that whiteness is an imaginary thing.
Yes.
Have you heard? All right, so we're going to play that after we do traffic here on Super Talk 99.7. Somebody want to do the traffic? That'd be good now.
Yeah, okay, well, we've actually got a few accidents this morning. Got a crash reported out in the Rutherville area in Williamson County at I-840 westbound before the Arno Road, exit 37 area. Still have that crash at Old Hickory Boulevard and Marydale Drive with the road blocked due to the crash. Unspecified police activity with the Gore blocked at I-40 westbound at the Spence Lane, exit 213 area. Milling and paving work going on in Rutherford County and Laverne at I-24 eastbound between Old Hickory Boulevard and Almaville Road. An accident reported in the Una Antioch Pike area north of Piccadilly Row S. And watch out for rolling roadblocks for pothole patching this morning, as well as patchy fog. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. As far as your weather goes today, foggy, partly sunny with a high of 64. Going to feel like 67. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right. So AOC, and I have not heard this audio. It's fun with audio, so I haven't heard this. Let's listen to what AOC has to say about whiteness.
There's a very big difference between whiteness and national, like your actual culture, right?
No, I did. Okay. I feel like I want to go through this one sentence at a time. So... Did you understand that, Joan?
I didn't. I'd like to hear it back, yeah.
Okay, here, let's play it one more time.
There's a very big difference between whiteness and national, like your actual culture, right?
Did anybody ever say that? So she's making whiteness a culture.
Is that what she's trying to do?
I think, yeah.
Is she trying to say that, like, whiteness is not part of America? Is that what she's saying?
I think so. It's not enough for you to be white. Like, I'm white, you're white, right?
Yeah.
It's not enough to be white. Whiteness is that mindset that you are smart, that you strive to use the English language in such a way as for people to understand you.
Is that what she's saying?
That you learn math, right? So it's people who have whiteness.
Oh, by the way, Joan, there's a lot of people that would say that what you just said is racist. The math is racist. That speaking properly is racist.
Being on time is racist.
Being on time. Remember all those stupid... Oh, my goodness gracious. Can you look up, Sam, since you're online real quick, can you look up what AI or whatever says about whiteness?
Ooh, that would be good.
Yeah, because I'm just... sometimes
whiteness is not the color of your skin. It's like it's a culture of, like, the thought and what you do and how you, like, if you have a family, if there's a mother, father, kids, you live in a house, that's being white too.
Do you know what I believe, Joan?
Yeah.
I believe that I am not dumb enough to understand AOC, which, by the way, is saying a lot. All right, did you find whiteness?
Yeah, whiteness is a sociological and critical theory concept referring to the social construct of white racial identity and the systems of power, privilege, and norms associated with it. It is not merely about skin color or biology, but about how whiteness functions historically and to today positions people categorized as white as the default, normal, or superior standard in many societies, particularly in the U.S., Europe, and colonial context, while marginalizing others. So it goes on to say that the structural advantage is a racial privilege.
So in other words, it's a bunch of BS, hoity-toity.
All of the cultural norms that we accept in this country are attributed to whiteness.
Whatever.
It's stuff that just, I mean, you need to wrap a duct tape around your head to hold it in because it's just so stupid.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like,
Yeah.
I just believe that all of this stuff is illogical.
Yeah.
And this is why people graduate college and their heads are just, they're full of all this muck and gunk and they can't actually, go out and earn a living. Some. All right, you want to hear the rest of this?
Yeah.
I don't know if I do.
Whiteness is an imaginary thing. Being German is real. Being Italian is real. Being English.
What about just being American?
How about, can you be American?
Can I just be an American along with my black friends and my Hispanic friends and
Just your friends.
Yeah,
they
just my
don't even
friends.
have to be categorized.
Right. I mean, just stop it already.
These are rich cultural heritages that are based on values, and they are so much a part of what make our cultures and our societies what they are.
All right, so is AOC.
So I asked Grok, what are other symptoms of whiteness besides being good at math and being on time? And it said perfectionism, defensiveness or denial, criticism of power structures or racism is seen as threatening or rude. Quantity over quality, prioritizing measurable outputs and content over process, relationships, or emotions. Worship of written word. If it's not documented or written, it doesn't count. Paternalism, either or binary thinking, power hoarding, fear of open conflict, progress defined as more, right to comfort, and fear. Those are all power structures within whiteness, according to critical theory.
All right.
Somebody said you need to Google the Smithsonian flyer that described white culture.
It's from that. It is
Okay.
Other sources.
Rocco
examples,
says AOC's head is full of caca.
Yeah.
It's the aspects and assumptions of whiteness, Joan, is what you're talking about from the Smithsonian graphic.
Yes.
Anyway, whatever. Hey, Wilson County. I want to mention this. So Wilson County, they had their big walkout the other day.
Yeah, the kids in the schools, right?
So the kids in the schools walk out. Wilson County. Where I live in Mount Juliet, there's a bunch of kids apparently right there at the corner of Lebanon Road and Mount Juliet Road, right? So that's where like the Starbucks is. That's in front of the Publix and McDonald's and all that. Apparently there's a lot of kids out there. A number of things happened on social media over the weekend. Number one, there were these stories about how, one guy supposedly showed up with a gun. That was not true. There was another story about where there were some of these teenagers or whatever that are flipping somebody off. I don't know if that was true, if this stuff is doctored. One of the things that did happen, because there's video out there, is some dude apparently shows up and starts like jawing or fighting. I don't know if he threatened the kids or what have you. I don't know if the kids, because I saw photographs of some of these kids throwing the middle finger at people driving by. Apparently people were driving by and yelling at the kids, right? And, my take on this whole thing is if they want to go out there and the cops were there and they were like, you have to stay on the sidewalk. So they did everything correctly. But here's what I would say is if somebody is driving by and yelling at these kids or showing up and yelling at these kids basically because they have their own opinion, all you're doing is you are pushing them further and further away from our side, if you will, which is we want, legal immigration. We want, secure borders and all of that. And these kids believe that they don't. These kids believe that, it's okay to break our laws and anti-ICE and all that kind of stuff. But I think if you show up and if you want to like get in their face and yell at them and all that, all you're doing is you're pushing them further away from our side because you're forcing them back into a corner. Now, I would be interested to know, okay, well then if this is your opinion, then you're anti-ICE. Well, then it's like what we talked about, I think, on Friday, where I talked about a family friend whose 12-year-old daughter is going over to the dark side and, Donald Trump is trash and all of these other things. Well, it's the same thing here, where if you show up and you're yelling at these kids just because they have a difference of opinion, don't yell at them because they're going to yell at you back. Don't flip them off because they're just going to flip you off. And by the way, reminder, our president has a history of flipping people off, right? So,
oh yeah,
if you want to go up and you want to talk to them, I think that's perfectly fine. I don't know if anybody did walk up and try to talk to them. This was going on, I guess all across Wilson County. I have no idea. There's a lot of accusations as far as, what they did, what other people did, the arguing back and forth. I don't know. I don't know if anybody was arrested or whatever. I have not seen that somebody was arrested, but I guess a guy did walk up rather menacingly at some of these kids. And I don't think that if you're going to walk up and challenge them in that kind of a way, that you're going to be able to speak rationally to them because they're going to react to you in just this. They're going to match your energy. So I don't know. I saw all this stuff over the weekend and people criticizing the reaction to the kids protesting. And I just think, listen, if they want to protest, knock themselves out. If that's what they want to do, they're learning their right to free speech, their right to assemble, and all of that. And remember, how I learned my path to conservatism wasn't by my father yelling at me or grounding me or screaming at me because I was a progressive. My dad talked to me about issues along the way in a very calm manner, and we spoke about the issues, and eventually my life's journey led me to conservatism. I can almost guarantee you a lot of those kids who are out there, they're probably going to end up having the same journey as I did.
Yeah, similar. I think one of the things that is a reality check for just high schoolers in general, I'm sure you both can, remember far back into your memory banks that no one cares what teenagers think. I'm just like, I remember being 16, 17, and 18 and thinking that my opinions were worthwhile. And they're not, especially when they're force-fed to you through an education system that's been corrupted by these woke teachers that think they need to impress what they believe onto their kids instead of teaching them, the curriculum within a classroom. So it's that reality will also set in of, man, I was a dumb teenager that thought my opinions were worth more to adults than they actually were.
I would be interested to know if, you have these anti-ICE protests that were out there. I wonder if anybody's thought about having a pro-ICE protest. I would like to see that.
You know what? We get a snow cone cart.
Yeah, we could get in and out with one of their in and out trucks, and we could go out there and we could have a pro-ICE
ICES
protest. Yes,
ICES.
That's exactly what we do. I got to go. 7:26 on WTN. Joan's got the news at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, where we are in the fight over funding for DHS as we enter the third day of a government shutdown. It's coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:27, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Now, listen, guys, if you didn't meet your goals in January, help is just a phone call away because at Low T Center, they are expanding their New Year's promotion to February. So all this month, you can book a free testosterone test and pick up discounted peptides and GLP-1 while you're there. So if you've been feeling exhausted, you've lost your drive, book a free testosterone test at Synergen and Low T Center. No risks, no commitments, just answers. Now, if you need testosterone replacement therapy, don't pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket for a franchise or settle for low-dose TRT from your doctor just for insurance coverage. No. Synergen and Low T Center do take most insurance plans and customize each dose of TRT for maximum and safe results. Go to synergenx.com or lowtcenter.com to book your free test today. That is Synergen and lowtcenter.com. When was the last time your insurance company actually shopped around for you? At King & Associates Insurance, that is exactly what they do every single day. Friends, hey, it's Dan Mandis. Now, instead of sticking you with one of these companies that has really high prices, King & Associates, they are going to search dozens of top-rated carriers to find the best home and auto coverage at the best possible rates, because no two families are the same, and your insurance shouldn't be either. Now, maybe your premiums have crept up. Maybe you've added a teen driver. Maybe it's just time to stop overpaying. Now, King & Associates compares options side by side to make sure that you get maximum protection without breaking your budget. And the best part, they do all the shopping for you. So you've got no hassle, no long forms, no hours on hold, just real savings, real coverage, and real people who actually care. So whether it is your home, your car, or everything that you've worked hard for, let King & Associates find the right coverage at the right price for you. So call them 615-321-8121, 615-321-8121. Find them online, tkinginsurance.com. King & Associates Insurance, where smart money shops.
Good morning. It is now 7:32, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. No signs of compromise in the battle over the funding of the Department of Homeland Security.
Democrats are refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security until Republicans agree on reforms to immigration enforcement tactics. That means 90% of Homeland Security workers, including personnel at the TSA, Secret Service, Coast Guard, and FEMA, are working without a paycheck.
ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. Congress is on recess until February 23rd. A man previously convicted of murder will not get a shot at a new trial. James Taylor was convicted of murdering an 89-year-old Franklin woman in 1987.
He received a life sentence and spent more than 30 years in prison for the crime. Taylor was later released on early parole.
Channel 4's Danielle Ledbetter. Taylor claimed that there was new evidence that would exonerate him, but a judge has denied him a new trial. And remember this guy?
Big news, everybody. I've decided today to move into Billie Eilish's $6 million Malibu beachside mansion. She announced today at the Grammys that no human being is illegal on stolen land.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
So I'm going to be making the trip to America. I'm packing my bags right away.
His name is Drew Pavlu. He is a social media influencer from Australia. Well, he did just what he said. He packed his bags. He came to the U.S. to move into Billie Eilish's house. But he posted over the weekend that Billie Eilish got him deported, saying he believes that her legal team contacted DHS and now he's got to go. He said he had to explain that his post was just a joke.
Dan Mandis here for my friends.
But he did end up getting deported anyway.
I'm sorry.
That is the latest.
I'm sorry.
News.
No, I'm sorry. Here, I'm going to be honest. Here's what happened. I walked in, Joe, and I'm so sorry. I walked in. I heard silence. I put my headphones on. And I thought, oh, crap, I'm supposed to read my commercial, but there's a thing in here that doesn't work, and so sometimes it goes out. And I realized that I completely interrupted your newscast.
Actually, I was done. It was almost good timing.
Oh, were you done?
Yeah, almost. I was like right at the end.
Okay, well, because I was all confused. I'm like, because Sam is looking at me like, what in the world is your why are you doing this, Mandis? I'm sorry. So go ahead and finish.
I didn't know. So I was just, that was it. I mean, that's the latest news, traffic and weather next. You know the whole deal.
All right, very good. Thank you, Joan.
Yeah.
Another fine moment on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here, lifelong dog owner, and I've seen all kinds of behaviors with my animals, and I bet that you have too. And if you have a dog that needs some behavior training, my buddy Jeff and his crew at Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they can help you. I call these folks the Dog Whisperers. Now, they've helped thousands of dogs and their owners over the last 25 years solve behavioral issues, and they can help you. I mean, listen, if your dog has aggression, potty problems, anxiety, basic obedience, they can help you help your precious pup with just about anything. Now, what I really love about Ridgeside Canine Nashville is that they do believe that owner education is just as important as dog training. It's not all on your dog. They're going to help you form a better relationship with your dog so the dog listens to you. Long-term success with your dog begins with you. And Ridgeside Canine Nashville, they've got a lifetime support guarantee, and they are there for you 24/7. Yes, your dog is worth it. Call Jeff today, 615-878-0380, 615-878-0380. Find them online, rsk9nash.com. The letter K, the number 9, rsk9nash.com. They've also got a great Facebook page as well. Ridgeside Canine Nashville, veteran-owned, proven results, and guaranteed for life. Dan Mandis here, 737, and want to tell you about my friends at DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value as well. Now, I've been telling you for years about these folks, and they've been helping people out for 4 generations. And if you need it, they've got it at DT McCall's. Indoor furniture, if you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's Appliances. Man, if it plugs in, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money. Front page of their website is where you can find a lot of great specials and great prices on all the best brands of appliances like washer and dryer sets, dishwashers, and a whole lot more. So check them out, dtmccalls.com. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. No doubt one near you, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin, always online, dtmccalls.com. 7:38, Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to welcome on into the program Jerry Mansfield, Sumner County Commissioner. Jeremy, always great to have you on. And it sounds like the TVA is up to their old hijinks and shenanigans. And so I want to try to set the stage here. The Gregory family has been on this same farm for 7 or 8 generations, many generations. And the TVA comes along and they want to put one of these massive, towers of, is it a communication tower, Jeremy? And they show up and they want to start surveying the land for these massive towers on the Gregory land. And the Gregory family, again, farmers for multiple generations on this land, they're like, what are you doing? And to me, and there's more to the story, but to me, it just sounds like the TVA is trying to bully their way onto this land.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, like you said before, this is a multi-generational farm. It goes back to a Revolutionary War land grant from 1787.
Wow.
And it has been continuously farmed ever since then. And it's not just an active working farm, cattle farm. It's also an active agricultural education site that serves roughly 300 kids per year through homeschool and farm-based programs. And so, and even worse, TVA is proposing trying to put 10 of these high-voltage transmission structures on their property with approximately 16 ground anchors and gas systems embedded into active farmland. And so these aren't just your normal neighborhood utility poles. These are 100-plus foot steel transmission structures that have heavy foundations and guy wires grounding them, running across agricultural land. And basically their proposed route would be an industrial infrastructure cutting through this working farm and a creek corridor, tearing down trees along the creek where they do their active homeschooling co-op programs. And so it's a pretty egregious reach by TVA. I know you'd asked, they didn't ask permission to come on the land, really. They just kind of showed up. They technically did ask permission, but the story is that they didn't think that they could say no. I know one of the neighbors of the Gregories, she basically literally thought that she couldn't say anything at all, and she told them, and they asked if it was okay to come on her land, and she said she didn't think she had a choice. Mm-hmm. And so she gave them permission. And that's kind of the same way the Gregories, they realized a while back, but it's just one of those things where these farmers and these landowners just don't know what their rights are, and they don't know what they can say and what they can't say when TVA just shows up with no notice in a truck and says, "Hey, I'm here."
Well, and these lines, you said it, 100 feet in the air. They are ugly, and I would assume, although I don't know, but it would impact their farming as well. And so, how transparent have the TVA been about their plans? I mean, was there any communication between the Gregory family and the TVA? It sounds like there was. And the TVA, basically, are they trying to say, well, you had your chance to say no?
No. Well, basically, there was one communication sent out in the spring of 2024, 2 years ago. And it was kind of just one of these blanket community letters. Went out to all the neighbors in the area. And it literally said one of the possible alternative line routes may be on or near property that you own. And that's all the letter said, essentially. And then it kind of talked about a bunch of other stuff and an open house thing, and you can come to it. And honestly, they just didn't pay that much attention to it because it didn't specifically talk about them. And they weren't thinking about it. Again, they're actively farming. The couple who would be affected, the son, John Gregory, and he and his wife, they homeschool their kids. They're active farmers. They're working 7 days a week, busting their butt out there. And so they just didn't think much of it. And then out of nowhere, this past fall, in September, October, TVA just showed up, this one guy in a truck, and said, "Hey, I'm here to survey." And they're like, for what? Because what's going on?
Right.
And there was no letters, no permission asked, really no plans were given, no maps, no engineering drawings, no data, nothing. And that's the first they'd heard of it when somebody showed up in a truck on their property, which is kind of what happened in Cheatham County a little bit. Minus the guns.
It sounds like they're preying on the naivete of the farmers. And when I say naivete, I don't mean that from a Like, I'm not insulting the farmers. I'm saying I wouldn't know, So if it sounds like, number one, the communication was sort of hidden in plain sight, if you will. It's almost like reading the fine print. That's number one. And number two, the farmers, they're busy just in a very challenging environment, by the way, for cattle farmers and beef farmers, where they're just trying to pay the bills, and they get this sort of vague email or whatever it is from the TVA. And so now they're stuck in this situation. Have they said to you, by the way, Jeremy Mansfield is joining us, a Sumner County Commissioner. Have the Gregory family, have they said how this would actually impact their ability to farm?
Oh, yeah, I mean, it greatly impacts their ability to farm because it splits their kind of their farm in half right there, where even close to their house, maybe a couple hundred yards away from their actual house, right there. And it's not just the poles themselves; it's those anchor points and guy lines that come down that have to anchor these poles. So you can imagine that coming down at an angle. But you've got farm equipment that you're trying to get around, and you're disturbing the soil and cattle. I mean, and this land's pretty historic from an aspect that they have dug up themselves and found several feet thick of burn, like just ash that would have been probably from Indian burn piles and probably from forging instruments and tools when they lived in they have multiple arrowheads and a lot of Native American artifacts there. Civil War artifacts as well. They found a lot of period pieces, and so there's active historic cemetery there on their property that dates back to generations. So there's a lot of things that would disturb, not just from an economic impact for them and a farming impact, but definitely historic and cultural impact as well. And, you brought the point that the TVA just shows up, and that's where the point that hits, because you got a federal authority shows up in a truck and a surveyor, and you think the average landowner assumes that resistance is futile. And so that imbalance is what matters, because farmers, as you said, they're not regulatory attorneys. They are producers. They're out there producing food for our families and for our economy. And they don't know what their rights are necessarily when the big government man shows up on the property. What are you going to do? They just know that, hey, I'm the little guy here, and what can I say to them? And so I think when that communication feels one-sided, people feel steamrolled and kicked to the curb. And that's not just the Gregorys. That's their neighbors. They share testimony from their neighbors. And literally the lady said, their neighbor, when they asked her if they can come on, she literally told them, well, I don't have a choice. And they didn't push back on that. TVA didn't correct her. They didn't sit down and say, here's your rights. Here's what we have planned for your land. Here's how tall this is. Here's how wide the clearing is. Here's where these anchors are going to go. Yep. That level of clarity has not occurred until after we've gone public with this week.
So I guess part of my question is there another place that they can put these 10 100-foot towers? Is there another place that they can put them?
Absolutely. The family absolutely feels so, because TVA has a map for it's called this is being called like a proposed 109 substation. And there's an existing easement about a mile and a half north of these family farm properties. That goes back to the 70s, where the TVA had gotten easement rights for what's now the defunct Hartsville nuclear power plant. And so those easements still exist way further north, and there's already some lines, I think, running in with that was part of the Facebook data center. Here we go, these data centers. And that was part of that. So what TVA could do is go back to their easement that they exist for them, and they could run down what's Highway 109, which is public domain at this point, and the CSX Railroad runs right next to it. So you got 109 as well as the CSX Railroad that they could use their existing north easement point running over and going back towards west, and then south down 109 back into Gallatin. And so that's definitely a route that they could take, where it doesn't invade anybody's farmland. It doesn't go across anybody's property, where rights haven't already been given back in the 70s as far as the easement for this.
Yeah.
And so and you wouldn't disturb any of their neighbors. And so that's the best route. Of course, for TVA, it's going to be a longer route. But I mean, you're talking about the TVA and say, hey, here's a farmer. We're doing this for new development and growth that these people didn't want to begin with, and they're not a part of the city. They're only a part of the county, so they don't have representation or voice because of this, and they're getting screwed because of it. And so, rightly so, neighbors are ticked.
I would be angry as well. Do they need to? Are they going to need to hire lawyers? I mean, what's their mindset right now? Because, as you know, lawyers are very expensive.
I don't think so right now. I've been, John Rich has been amazing to work with and reached out about this. And as you know, he had the huge battle in Cheatham County last summer with the TVA, and what the TVA was doing there was way more egregious, showing up with, basically their own police force in full tactical gear and armed to the hilt, going to old Granny's farms. And so John did tell me that he has been speaking with Laura Campbell, who's a senior VP of TVA, and kind of back channeling with her, and that they're aware of the Gregory's announcement of no consent. And as most people might or might not be aware, that this week John has been basically put on a task force from the USDA, their lawfare task force that Trump has kind of gotten initiated at John's request, and kind of to be as a liaison between the USDA, between farmers and landowners, between legal teams, and between the TVA to try to stop these types of egregious land grabs from the TVA. And I think, John said in one of his videos, I was watching last night with my mother, who's 88 years old and wanted to know what was going on. They have almost 300,000 acres of their own land in the state of Tennessee itself, and here they are trying to take other people's private property, and they shouldn't be doing that. And so I don't think right now they would need legal, hopefully, because from what John is telling me, because I know the USDA's legal team is on this, and there's a website that they set up, usda.gov/lawfare, where property owners all across the heartland can go in and just give a report like, hey, they're trying to do this to me, or this has happened to me, because they're trying to build a database and a case, a use case scenario of where this is happening, where they're trying to make this happen, how they can stop this in the future, and try to get TVA under control. Because like John says, TVA is a socialist entity that was created under FDR in the 30s. Yep. They have no oversight from Congress. I mean, it's just the president appoints the board, and that's it. And they can run ramshot over here if they want to. And they have their own freaking police force. I mean, that blew me away, the fact that they have their own police force that they can just go bully landowners and show up whenever they want to.
So how are the Gregory family? They've got to feel better now that they've got you, Jeremy Mansfield, County Commissioner, and John Rich on their side. Is there anything important that we have missed in this interview that people need to know? I mean, John Rich is a one-man TVA wrecking crew. I love that he's been standing up for folks.
You're right. I mean, John's a force to be reckoned with, and he's been absolutely fantastic and just super helpful, kind of leading and guiding us in this process. And the family's extremely thankful to John. They definitely want to shake his hand and thank him for this. But the strongest thing is that, when government, the problem here is really when government growth collides with generational farmland, the farmers should not automatically lose. And that's what's been happening, is that the farmers losing. And the most egregious part of this, it really comes down to uncontrolled growth, as we're experiencing all throughout the greater Nashville region. And you have people showing up to city councils and town halls and their county commissions just beating on the podium saying, stop approving new high-density residential development. And these city councils aren't listening to it. And so the whole reason for these transmission lines, according to the TVA letter from 2024, it says is to supply the area's growing demand for power. And so Gallatin has requested it, and the project's going to provide power for a growing load. Well, it all comes down to political will. These politicians get in there, and they're funded by developers. They're funded by real estate agents and realtor PACs and developer PACs. And they get their bought and paid for politician in there who will rubber stamp everything they do. And the citizens just feel absolutely curb stomped and just kicked in the groin over this, month after month, week after week, year after year. And so this is all about Gallatin's irresponsible growth. And my late mentor, Mo Taylor, said from the floor of the commission, literally, quote, Gallatin is killing us with their growth. Well, Gallatin is killing this family farm with their growth. This is a substation for a new mega development that's just south about a mile or so from this farm. And so, but that comes down to political will. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I blame the politicians and their financial backers for this, because they're the ones that requested the TVA come in there and do this because of their reckless rezoning and irresponsible growth. And so that's what makes me the most fired up, and as well as the citizens.
Jeremy, will you let me know of any developments on this? Because I feel for the Gregory family, they got farmed back to the Revolutionary War, and the TVA just wants to come in here and trample on and put up these godforsaken towers. Will you keep us updated on how this goes?
Absolutely. be help too. And like John and I are waiting to hear back. I know that he's had several people reach out to him about this from higher levels, and so the family sent a certified letter to TVA. They're sending, and they've sent the notes and sent video that John shared, and so we're just waiting to hear back from TVA right now. But we absolutely will keep you posted.
Okay, and if when people, because the Gregory family did a video, which I thought was great. Where can they see that video? Is it on your social media?
It's on John. I gave it to John, so you go to John Rich's X account, and I think he's got it pinned at the top. And so go follow John, and he's got it shared out right there, and it's definitely gotten some traction.
All right, thank you very much, Jeremy. And again, as I said, keep us updated. Just TVA, man, come on, just put it on 109 and leave people's farms alone. 7:55. Joan has the news coming up at 8. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here in the news, a former police officer arrested and jailed. We'll tell you why. Also, the one thing that you will not see at Mardi Gras this time around. Those stories and more at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Beads.
Well, sort
Are the
of.
beads going away?
Well,
Because,
a form
without
of them.
beads, there's no flashing, and then it's just not Mardi Gras.
Okay, good.
Sorry.
You had to take it right down that path, Dan.
Listen, you mentioned Mardi Gras. That's the first thing that I think of.
Of course.
Because apparently I'm a dirty old man. Moving right along, 7:55 on Super Talk. Low T Center, speaking of which, guys, if you didn't meet your goals in January, help is just a phone call away.
You're not doing this commercial after that.
It was scheduled.
Okay.
It would blame Sam. Whoa. Listen. Low T Center, they're expanding their New Year's promos. This is very important. To February, here in the month of February. Now, you can book a free testosterone test and pick up discounted peptides and GLP-1 while you're there. So if you've been feeling exhausted, you've maybe lost your drive, book a free testosterone test at Synergenex and Low T Center. No risks, no commitments, just answers. Now, if you need testosterone replacement therapy, don't pay hundreds of dollars out of pocket for a franchise or settle for low-dose TRT from your doctor just for insurance coverage. No. Synergenex and Low T Center, they do take most insurance plans and customize each dose of TRT for maximum and safe results. Go to their website, synergenex.com or lowtcenter.com to book your free test today. $7.57 USS United Structural Systems. You know, Tennessee is in recovery mode. USS is here to help as always. Now, we've got flooded homes. We've got weakened infrastructure. Now, you know, since way back in 1994, USS has helped thousands of families and businesses restore their homes after foundation damage. You know where that damage comes from? Typically, it's crazy weather like we just had. Now, year after year, tens of thousands of Middle Tennesseans have been helped by USS. From schools to homes and community involvement, USS has been huge in times of trouble and despair. You know, the USS is about to help build their 10th Habitat for Humanity home. Yes, indeed. 25 USS volunteers will be out in force helping to get her done for a needy family in Ashland City. Now, how can USS help you? They've helped me several times with my home, and yes, they can help you as well. If you've got foundation or water issues, go with the company tied to our community. United Structural Systems. Gain peace of mind with USS and their foundation repair and waterproofing services. 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Okay, down in Murfreesboro, I-24 eastbound at New Salem Highway. We got a crash with the left two lanes blocked. Madison, there's a crash at Gallatin Pike North at Old Hickory Boulevard. Forest Hills area, got an injury crash reported by Metro at Harding Place and Estes Road. Woodbine in Davidson County, there's an accident reported by Metro at East Thompson Lane at Briley Parkway. Look out for milling and paving work in the Laverne area in Rutherford County at I-24 eastbound between Old Hickory Boulevard. And then out in Cedar Hill, injury accident. A Jeep has run off the road. Crews are responding at Glen Raven Road north of Ed Ross Road. And keep an eye out for rolling road blocks for pothole patching. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock, and it's 46 degrees right now. We're going up to 64. Should be a nice day today. More schools are closing their doors over the flu. Warren County schools are now closed through Wednesday, joining Coffee County and Manchester City schools in using the extended holiday to tamp down on the spread of flu. A former officer has been indicted for alleged inappropriate contact with a resident.
Michael Singleton, who was an officer at the time with the Millersville Police Department, reportedly made inappropriate contact with a resident at her home. Officials say he failed to notify dispatch of where he was going, document the contact property, and he did not activate his body camera.
That's WSMV4's Lauren Lowry. Now, the 33-year-old former officer was booked into jail on a $5,000 bond. U.S. military forces have boarded another sanctioned tanker in the Indian Ocean. That vessel had been tracked from the Caribbean. The Department of War says the Veronica is a Panamanian-flagged vessel under U.S. sanctions related to Iran. But Panama says it's not one of ours. The Pentagon didn't say whether the Veronica was formally seized and placed under U.S. control. There's a new video out from Savannah Guthrie today appealing for her mother's kidnappers to return her. Meantime, ABC's Alex Stone says tests are underway on the gloves found near the Guthrie home.
Agents are awaiting quality control tests before submitting the profile into the FBI's national DNA database. In video captured by the New York Post, the glove is black latex, and investigators say they don't know yet if it has any connection to the case or if it's just roadside debris.
Friends of the Guthries say the family is frustrated with the pace of the investigation. Tomorrow is Fat Tuesday, the last day of indulgence before Lent. ABC's Wayne Cabot on a big change for this year.
Mardi Gras without beads? Well, no plastic beads. They're bad for the environment. 46 tons of them clogged the New Orleans storm drains one year after flooding, and they've been found in Lake Pontchartrain. So this year, biodegradable beads are being tossed. They are starch-based, and they have okra seeds inside for later planting. They were developed at Louisiana State University. Wayne Cabot, ABC News.
That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Murfreesboro on 24, the eastbound side at New Salem Highway. You've got a crash there, and 2 left lanes are blocked by it. Gallatin Pike and Madison, there's an accident at Old Hickory Boulevard. And then on Harding Place in Forest Hills, it's a crash as well at Estes Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.806 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so Joan, when I accidentally interrupted you earlier,
yes,
apparently people thought that was hilarious. I don't understand why, because I'm in here shame spiraling because it was an accident, and accidents do happen, particularly, by the way, on this show. And so anyway, I still don't exactly know what happened on the air. I'll have to probably go back and listen to a tape of it, but whatever. We're going to move on.
Oh, I just thought you were exemplifying your favorite dinosaur.
How so?
Interruptosaurus.
What?
You've never heard that one?
No.
Okay.
No, but I've got people sending me notes on the text line. Well, what is it? Way to go, X-Lax.
Yeah.
Is what people say. What are we, in high school again? Jiminy crickets. Whatever. Moving right along. You hear what Ro Khanna says about, it's been a very busy show for President's Day. Ro Khanna is out there now. It's like the Trump administration, well, the DOJ. It's like they can't win for losing. Because Ro Khanna, we started the show at 5 o'clock this morning talking about the Epstein files and the 300-plus names that the DOJ and Pam Bondi has now released the Epstein files. And the names in the Epstein files, there's like 300 of them, as a matter of fact. And so now Ro Khanna is saying, well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to essentially dilute the story by throwing 300 names out there, which is what they did over the weekend. And so you've got just a long list of names, right? You've got Tucker Carlson, Ron DeSantis, George W. Bush. Elvis Presley is in the Epstein files. Robert De Niro, Ben Shapiro. Bizarrely, what year did Phil Donahue die? Can you look that up? Because Phil Donahue is actually in the Epstein files. I don't get any of this. Kurt Cobain, Lindsay.
Died 2024?
No. Was it just 2024?
Yeah.
I feel terrible now. I thought he was like a long time ago. Okay. Phil Donahue was great, by the way. So anyway, you've got all of these names, Beyonce, Cher, Bruce Springsteen, and so forth. And so Ro Khanna basically is saying, well, what they're trying to do is they're trying to muddy the waters by throwing all of this out there, and they're trying to distract you from the real criminals. So that's basically what they're saying. I want to play for you some audio. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she is talking about President Trump and his reaction to all of this. And by the way, the DOJ and Pam Bondi saying with all that was released this weekend, she is saying there is no more. There's no more names. There's no more files. There is no more nothing. I mean, if you think about it, I've lost track as to how many. They had the $3 million files that were released a couple of days ago. Now there's this one. I think there's another one. So there's millions of these files that have now been released, and Pam Bondi is literally saying there is no more. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she was talking about Donald Trump and his reaction to all of this.
So in the meantime, President Trump is calling it Epstein, the whole thing a hoax. Yeah. He's calling it a Democrat hoax. He won't have anything to do with the women. He still refuses to have anything to do with these women. So this whole thing is building. The women are saying President Trump did nothing wrong. They still say this. President Trump did nothing wrong.
I know.
Their attorney says Donald Trump's the only one that helped us. And guess what? That came out in the Epstein files, that he reported Jeffrey Epstein.
So she was on with Jillian Michaels' podcast talking about how she didn't really understand why it is that Donald Trump keeps fighting the Epstein files release. Well, he's not anymore. She finally got to a phone call where she says that she had with Donald Trump, and she says basically gets to the truth as to why she claims that Donald Trump has been against the release of the Epstein files. Here's what she says.
Right. And so we're having this argument, and he tells me on this phone call, he's like, Marjorie, my friends will get hurt.
That's it. That's it. I mean, that is it. Obviously, that's it. Because they're all in here. Imagine the phone calls. It's everyone. It's every single person is on this freaking list. They're all there. Every billionaire, heads of state, Larry Summers, Peter Thiel. They're all in there.
Okay. She mentions Larry Summers, billionaire, yes, not a friend of Donald Trump. Memo to Jillian Michaels. They actually hated each other, as a matter of fact. The Treasury Secretary under Clinton, president of Harvard, we've talked about him before, Larry Summers. Elon Musk is in there as well, mentioned. There was some communication, apparently, but Musk has been one of the biggest supporters of releasing everything. No proof, by the way, of doing anything wrong. Steve Bannon is in there as well, mentioned in text messages, phone calls, communication. Bannon was helping Epstein rebuild his image after all of this went down. Nothing proven of any wrongdoing other than poor judgment in having a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. She mentioned Peter Thiel. They communicated and planned lunches and maintained a relationship beyond 2005. I've talked about this incessantly, where they had a relationship, and that's bad. Peter Thiel and some other folks had a relationship beyond 2005 when we really started to find out what Jeffrey Epstein was all about. Now, Epstein invested in a Thiel-backed fund after 2005, but there's nothing that shows that Peter Thiel did anything untoward towards the girls. I'm not saying he did. I'm not saying he didn't. But I have searched and searched and searched. Now, you know what you do see, though, with the Epstein file? Because I want people to be hauled up in handcuffs as much as you do. I really do. But what if there's no proof? I mean, that's the thing. What if there's no proof? You have a lot of people, and by the way, Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, Bongino, there were three of them that were saying they know, they know, they know, as I've said many times. They know, they know, they know. And then they get into positions of power, and suddenly, poof, nothing, right? So if there's something against Peter Thiel, if there's something against Steve Bannon, if there's something against Elon Musk, then let's see it. Because I want people to be prosecuted. I want people to, face criminal charges. But if there's nothing there, and if there's nothing that shows that, she mentions Peter Thiel, if there's nothing that no concrete evidence, none of these girls are willing to come forward and say he did this at this time. There's no emails, there's no nothing. Well, then I don't know what is supposed to happen here. There's a lot of smoke. There's a lot of allegations. There's a lot of influencers out there that are going to say, this is what happened, and this is what happened, and this is what happened. Well, then find an attorney and get the job done. These are horrible things that happen to these kids. Children, there is no doubt. We were talking about this in the 5 o'clock hour. There's a couple of videos out there that are horrible that was part of this release. There's one video of a kid who looks like he's getting electrocuted or something. Is that what you saw, Joan? Or Sam, where it looks like this kid is sitting in a chair and it looks like they're hitting him with like electrodes or something. But it's horrifying. And so nobody is denying that terrible things happen to these kids. There is no doubt. But you need proof. You need evidence. And if there's no evidence there, well, then this thing is just never going to go away. It's all just going to be a bunch of innuendo. And so clearly some of these guys are guilty of having a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein beyond those first investigations in 2005. Yes, that's not a crime. If it were a crime, then they would already, perhaps, be thrown into handcuffs. And so you're going to have a lot of people that are going to say, I know, but they don't. I want to see evidence. I want to see emails. I don't want to see the videos, but I want to see the videos looked at by people who can do something about what these pedos did to these kids. You have two of the biggest politicians in America today, Kash Patel, head of the FBI, Pam Bondi, DOJ, Attorney General, who spoke for years about all of this. And even they have so far come up with nothing. Now, the investigations are still going on, and I love that. But what's going on right now? All this information has been released, and there is nothing left to look at least according to Pam Bondi. There's always going to be these accusations. And yeah, it's my hope that people look at these videos and they can figure out who did what and when, and then they can bring them up on charges. This is Congressman Tim Burchett.
If you're offered an opportunity to view the pictures or read the files, I would seriously consider not doing that, because it will haunt you, this stuff that's in there. And here's the problem. The Biden administration, the Obama administration, these files have been out there forever. And I've said this many times. If they had the goods on Trump, you know that the Obama administration / the Biden administration, because it never really changed hands, they would have had that stuff out there. And this stuff just goes so deep, and it is very disgusting to me. And, it's evil, it's satanic, and it's from the pits of hell, and that's where these people will end up.
Absolutely. And I agree with Tim Burchett. It's where you hope that these people end up, in the pits of hell. We just need to see the evidence so that we can indict specific names. That's what we need to do. They talk about in the new well, let me check traffic real quick. Then I'll tell you what is they're finding, what people are finding in the latest in the dump of information and files on Epstein. It is all straight ahead. 8:18, time to check the roads on WTN.
We still got that crash out in Murfreesboro, Rutherford County area, I-24 eastbound at New Salem Highway. Crash still in Madison at Gallatin Pike North at Old Digger Boulevard. Injury crash in the Forest Hills area, Harding Place at Estes Road. Woodbine, there's an accident reported by Metro at East Thompson Lane at Briley Parkway. Brentwood area, car with a flat HOV lane is blocked on I-65 northbound past Concord Road. Laverne, milling and paving work for 5 hours this morning. I-24 eastbound between Old Digger Boulevard South and Almaville Road. And still have a crash out in Cedar Hill. It's now been turned into an injury accident at Glen Raven Road north of Ed Ross Road. A Jeep has run off the road. Look for crews responding. And a reminder, rolling roadblocks for pothole patching this morning all around town. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you. As far as your weather goes, I'm laughing because 22-4. You want to hear this, Joan?
Sure.
2242. Dan, you're just another MAGA Nazi pedophile protector.
Oh.
Admit it, pedo boy. Okay. Foggy to start, partly sunny with a high of 64, feeling like 67. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Hold on.
I'm not going nuts.
Do you need some throat coat stuff?
I've got throat coat.
Okay.
So they're talking about in the latest files, they're talking about ritualistic sacrifices, cannibalism, Satanism, and the whole thing is described as a satanic circle. So there's a lot of stuff here. Part of the problem is the videos that I've seen, that you can't differentiate who is doing what. You know what I mean? They've either got masks on or their faces are, covered in some way. So I don't know how all these names are out there and everybody wants these names to be indicted. And I'm all for it. But, man, we just got to see something specific that some person did. That doesn't mean that I'm a 2242. That doesn't mean that I'm air quoting this, pedo protector. No, what it means is that I want these guys hauled off in handcuffs and sent to a court of law. And I want them to be given a fair trial. That's what I want. And that's why I'm calling for, instead of all of these, inferences and vague accusations or, really hardcore accusations, but with no actual evidence or proof. That's the problem that we have. And so if there's a cover-up, I have no idea. But these things, what I just mentioned, ritualistic sacrifices, cannibalism, Satanism. Have you seen, forgive me, Joan, have you seen any of the videos? I can't remember in the 5 o'clock hour.
No.
So there was one. There was one that I saw that. But here's the problem. The problem is that you at this point you don't know what's real and what's not.
Yeah.
That's one of the big problems. Like, I don't want to click on any links because it might be a link that is fake and it's going to give me a bunch of viruses on my computer and it's going to be unusable. So I saw a couple videos that were floating around on Twitter. One looked like a little kid getting electrodes, kind of a thing. But I agree with Tim Burchett. Like, I don't want to see it, but I want to see people held accountable. That's what I want to see. Pam Bondi, again, says that these are all the files and that everything has been released. I guess part of my question is, do you believe Pam Bondi? Because she said this before, that there's no more. Remember when she said Jeffrey Epstein killed himself and there's no more files, case closed, and, what are we at? 4 or 5 million Epstein files just released later? And so she has no credibility. I don't know about Kash Patel, but bottom line is they need to figure out, and people are commenting on the text line, this is never going to go away. And I think that's why Donald Trump has been so frustrated, because he's doing a lot of good. We spoke to, E.J. Antoni earlier, and the economy's looking so much better, and ending all of the wars and all the things that Donald Trump has done. I think Donald Trump does care about this story. I just think that he feels like it's two rabbit holes, and it's never going to end. ABC News, by the way, did report that the president, in this whole thing, clearly he's been exonerated. He is essentially a whistleblower.
This morning, a new document coming to light claims in the mid-2000s, President Trump called police about Jeffrey Epstein. Among the 3 million Epstein files released by the Department of Justice last month is a 4-page FBI report on an interview the Bureau conducted in 2019 with a man believed to be former Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Ryder. Ryder and his detectives began investigating Epstein for human trafficking in 2004. According to the document, Trump called Ryder around that time and said, "Thank goodness you're stopping him. Everyone has known he's been doing this." Ryder also says Trump said he threw Epstein out of his club, and he was around Epstein once when teenagers were present, and Trump got the hell out of there. The former police chief says Trump told him to focus on Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, saying she is evil.
So, clearly, ABC News is I think everybody is now reporting that. Do you know what the problem the Democrats have right now? The problem the Democrats have is that they have so much invested in this, right? They have labeled, kind of like 2242, they have labeled Donald Trump as a pedo for how long now? And the evidence point to just the opposite, as a matter of fact. So, for the Democrats, I'm sorry, but just spare me, because you have hung your hats collectively on this. Donald Trump has, been doing bad things with little girls for a long time, and the evidence isn't there. It's just not there. By the way, Pam Bondi's getting blasted for this moment.
The Dow is over 50,000 right now.
So she, of course, getting blasted for that. Have you seen the memes, Joan, where Pam Bondi is getting pulled over by a police officer, and she is telling the police officer,
the Dow is over 50,000 right now.
Right. People just...
It's terrible. Yeah, but I get it.
Yeah. The point that she was trying to make was that Trump has so much that he's trying to get done and gotten done, and she and Donald Trump want the focus to be on things that he has done for the American people. I get it. Read the room. You were there to talk about, Epstein and that kind of stuff. You weren't there to talk about the Dow, and that was the wrong comment in the wrong room.
It verges into miss South Carolina territory. if I'm
It
being honest.
does. It does,
It's
actually.
like the Americans, if we also, educated the other Americans about the things.
Well, and you've got the victims that are sitting right behind you. You know what I mean? So there's a reason why that has blown up in the memosphere. Is that a thing?
In the memosphere.
Is that a thing? If
New,
not,
new word created by Dan Mandis this President's Day.
Yes.
That's exactly right. Memosphere, and I guarantee you in 5 minutes I will have forgotten it. All right, 8:26, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. 99.7, Joan has the news at 8:30. Joan.
Hey, check it out. There's a logging operation that's closing down some local roads and trails today. We've got the details coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan, at 8:26. Listen, a lot of us simply are not where we want to be. We can eat right, we can exercise, but the reality is that sometimes we just need a little help. And my friends at Contours in Cool Springs, they are here to help both men and women lose body fat and a whole lot more. Their ultra slim body contouring does guarantee that you are going to lose a couple of inches, or that first treatment is absolutely free. It is non-invasive, it doesn't hurt, and the results are instant. Now, I've gone through the process. Matt Murphy has gone through the process as well. And let me tell you something. It has worked. It is red light therapy, red light technology, and they will help you lose at least a couple of inches across the middle. You want to check them out. By the way, they also do facials. 615-236-9960 is the phone number. You call them right now, and you get that special discount, 615-236-9960. Call them today. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Find them online, contoursllc.com. You can also schedule an appointment there, or you can find out more information about this red light technology, contoursllc.com, 615-236-9960. Contours, all you've got to lose is inches. A28 Super Talk 99.7 WTN are high-interest credit cards and other loans sucking the life out of your finances. It is time to say no more. Let Loan Pronto tap the equity in your home and get the cash you need now so you can pay off all of those loans. Dan Mandis here. Now, Corey and Jack called Loan Pronto. In a matter of days, they had $160,000. $160,000. Now, they kept their 3% mortgage intact and didn't even need an appraisal. Now, with all that cash, they wiped out all of their credit cards and a couple of car loans as well, saving $2,000 a month. Now, you can do it too. LoanPronto.com. Check them out. Their rapid equity loan program can get you $100,000, $200,000, even $500,000 in cash. Check them out. Imagine, pay off all the credit cards, slash your monthly payments, breathe easier, and get your life back. Interest rates are at a 3-year low. Call Loan Pronto right now. 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Check them out online. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Loan Pronto, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 166 1781. Visit nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
Good morning, 8:31 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Some TSA agents once again forced to work without pay due to the partial government shutdown. It is day 3.
This partial government shutdown, it's now entering a few days here, and it's all because Democrats are really putting up a fight here, refusing to fund the Department of Homeland Security until Republicans agree to major changes to immigration enforcement. But Republicans are pushing back on those reforms. When it comes, for instance, to banning them from wearing masks, they claim that these ICE agents are being doxxed and harassed, and they're wearing these masks for their own safety.
That's ABC's Selena Wang. Some logging operations are taking place in Lawrence County, so some roads and trails at the Laurel Hill Wildlife Management Area are closed.
Tennessee Wildlife Resource Agency, TWRA, they say trail riders, anglers, and hunters should be careful as heavy equipment and trucks will be present on some roads and trails within the WMA.
That's Channel 4's Lauren Lowry. TWRA says logging helps maintain habitat across the landscape. It also benefits wildlife. Today marks 2 years since the death of Alexei Navalny, the outspoken critic of Russian President Vladimir Putin, who died in a Russian prison. Now, the Kremlin claimed it was because of natural causes, but European officials are now saying that is just not true.
It was with a toxin that comes from a frog from South America, so a very different kind of agent, but still, I have to imagine, from the same type of program that Russia and the Soviet Union had maintained in the Cold War.
Javed Ali is the former senior director for counterterrorism at the National Security Council. It wasn't the first time that Navalny was poisoned either. In 2020, he suffered a near-death experience after being exposed to a deadly nerve agent. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And it is President's Day, so stocks are not trading today. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 834 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for the Glock Store, the now fully functional Glock Store. The power is back on in their massive retail showroom. And yes, the Shoot 270 indoor ranges, they're also now powered back up. And those great deals they have going on right now, they do continue at the Glock Store. You want to save some money and get some real gear? Go to the Glock Store. Now, you can get the new Glock GTL2 weapon lights for less than $155, 43X magazines for under $19, and the Save Your Specialist range bags in both the limited edition Desert Night and Tiger Stripe Camo are in stock, and yes, they are on sale right now. And by the way, you go and you pre-order your new Gen 6 Glock. You mention my name, you get that free mag when you pick it up. Yes, that deal is still going on. That is my friends at the Glock Store. Again, all powered up and ready for business. The Glock Store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Glockstore.com, shoot270.com. $8:35 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. The Generator Super Center. If there's one thing that we have learned over the last several weeks is that we simply cannot count on NES or the government for anything, which is why I'm reaching out to my friends at the Generator Super Center to start figuring out my needs at the Mandis house. You should as well. Now, we all learned how important generators are during power outages. I learned my lesson during my time in Indiana, and of course, in the last month or so, not so subtle reminder as to the power of Mother Nature. So, if you've been talking about whole home backup generators with your family, you got to call my friends at the Generator Super Center. You got to talk to the pros at the Generator Super Center, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. This is not only a huge investment in your home, but also your family's safety. They do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark, and financing is available. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. The Generator Super Center, 615-879-1952. When the power goes off, your new generator from the Generator Supercenter is going to turn your power right back on. Find them online, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com.
There's a crash in Madison on Gallatin Pike North at Old Hickory Boulevard. Watch yourself this morning on eastbound 24 in Murfreesboro. You've got a crash on the right shoulder at New Salem Highway. Then at Laverne 24 eastbound, it's milling and paving work between Old Hickory Boulevard and Almaville Road. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.839 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Welcome on into the Crisscross Handoff. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I got 2 thumbs up in my world.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You've been rocking.
Well, it's President's Day, so if you're going to rock,
this is the day to do it.
This is the day when the listenership is cut in half.
Based presidents only.
Yes, based presidents only. So
BPO.
So what'd you say? BPO. Very
BPO.
funny. Hey, Joan, did you know that we had our own coffee mugs from the Wally's Bean Machine people?
Oh.
So we were talking earlier, and I don't want to go on and on about this because it's inside baseball, but here at the radio station, they have brought in Wally's Bean Machine, and it's a coffee place, and they do fancy coffee. And I didn't know this, but oh my gosh.
I just got mine delivered.
These folks must be fans of the radio station.
Huge fans.
Because mine has my name on it. Do you know what mine says?
What does it say?
Dan, # do you need some gravel? Which, goes back.
That's a callback.
That is a callback.
Check it out. Go ahead.
Mine says "makes sense" as that's the famous hotkey from our lovely Kennedy hand.
There you go.
That was when Dan said that he was a Taylor Swift fan, and there was an awkward silence, and she went, "Makes sense."
That was so awesome. That was so awesome. Joan, what does yours say?
Mine says, "Uh-huh."
Perfect.
There you go.
Very
perfect
fitting.
for Joan. And
mine says I push Dan's buttons.
Oh,
I'm not kidding.
Okay.
Oh my.
That got awkward really quick. So anyway, thanks to the people at Wally's Bean Machine. Now, Joan realized we've been on like Joan's stomach watch.
Oh.
Nope.
Because she got
a titch of the Rhea?
She had one of the, what did you have, Joan?
So I make coffee like every morning. And so I decided I would make the coffee that I normally make, but I put a shot of espresso in it from Wally's coffee machine.
Yeah.
It's pretty powerful. Pretty powerful.
I think it was the fabulous Thunderbirds who once sang that's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
Now,
it is.
I had the exact same thing, Joan, and
you were fine?
I'm fine. I think it's a you problem, Joan.
It was just Joan with the Thunderbirds.
Yes, that's exactly what it was.
That's what we're calling it now, huh?
But anyway, so it's great because we now have some fancy coffee. And apparently, Chris...
I know, not that I'm bitter or anything. There was a big email that got sent out to the whole company announcing the acquisition of Wally's bean machines.
Yeah.
And I didn't get a shout out.
You didn't get a shout out.
Well, I know Wally. We met at the Murfreesboro Home Show when we were out there with Busy Bee.
Yeah.
Well, I've met him a few times, but that was when we made the connection to get the bean machines in here.
Yeah.
And I don't even get a shout out.
You didn't get it. Well,
I kind of took that personally.
And you should. Definitely you should.
Leave it to Joan to throw gasoline on Chris's fire.
I'm very upset. No, I'm kidding. I'm actually just happy about the coffee.
So probably a few dozen people saw the email, but you're getting your
there we go.
Your shout out here.
I love it. I'm actually just excited. I'm here for the mug.
I love the mug. It's so funny.
Are we allowed to bring these home, or is this supposed to be?
I don't know, but if somebody steals my mug, they're going to say, "Is your name on it?" Yeah, it is.
It is actually, sir.
You like that?
You'll be busting up in the 92Q studio searching for the mug.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Go yelling at the country people.
Yeah.
Did you steal my mug? So anyway, there you go. But I like the coffee.
It's awesome.
It is. It is. You know what my problem is now? I didn't mention this earlier, but I've had so much coffee. I'm like wired like you wouldn't believe.
Are you?
Yeah, because I've had an espresso, I've had a latte.
Okay.
And I've had my other coffee, not to mention my throat coat.
You're all the fluids.
You won't be going to the commie coffee place afterwards because you've had enough?
Ooh.
You know what, Joan?
What?
Wally's going to save you some money at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Dan.
Wally may be saving me some money. So thank you. And is his real name Wally?
Yeah, yeah.
His real name is Wally?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Do you think it's just for show, Dan?
No, Wally's a great name for a coffee company. I don't know if I've ever met a Wally before in my life. I've actually known of one other Wally, Wally Moon, who used to play for the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Okay.
Yeah, way back when.
Both high-level Wallies.
Absolutely, high-level Wallies. Well, thank you, Wally. And
it's not a lot of low-level Wallies running around.
Have there been?
I just don't think there is. I think that you get a person of high character with the name Wally.
Hey, can I ask a question? So why are there so many Democrats out there at this defense thing? What's it called? The Munich?
Yeah.
The Munich defense, whatever?
They're not sending their best either. Have you noticed this? My big thing that I think is hilarious is how they're all out there talking about security while they're voting to, or not voting, should I say, to fund our own Department of Homeland Security.
Yep.
That's exactly right.
It's a bit hypocritical, is it not?
And AOC, we played that audio from AOC earlier where she was asked a question about Taiwan and China. And she just, it was terrible.
It was a train wreck.
It was, and I'm looking for it again so that I can play it again so it's not such a, here it is. All right, you ready? Hey, Mason, can I get some audio up, por favor, please? All right, very good. So this is AOC trying desperately to come up with, you can hear the gears grinding in her head.
Should the U.S. actually commit U.S. troops to defend Taiwan?
All right, so what are you going to say before we play this?
You remember when you used to do the gears turning for Kamala Harris?
Yes, I do remember that.
You got to bring that back for this
we got to do that.
comment.
All right, here's AOC. And
if China were to move.
Yep.
I think that this is such a, I think that this is this is, of course, a very longstanding policy of the United States. And I think what we are hoping for is that we want to make sure that we never get to that point. And we want to make sure that we are moving in all of our economic, research and our global positions to avoid any such confrontation and for that question to even arise.
How does she not? People are talking about her running for president. How do you not have a better answer?
And it's like you can have a better answer and still not say anything.
Yes, you can.
By projecting American strength on the global level, we'll have peace with both our competitors and our allies.
There you go.
And then you move on and you pivot to something else.
That's what you got to do. And then she could have very easily pivoted into, like, Donald Trump being a bull in a china shop and all that. If she wanted to.
Yes.
She could have, but she didn't.
It was like a softball question. You're absolutely right. She could have said, we have to handle these a little bit more delicately than the man in the White House right now, who, as you can see, just flies off the handle at any given,
You never know what he's going to do.
And you could make the argument that's Donald Trump's strength.
That is absolutely Donald Trump's strength.
It would be so easy from a leftist standpoint to use their talking points and their narratives and do the whole dance.
Mm-hmm. What do you got?
All right, so I have a story here. This is going to shock you. The guy that played Buffalo Bill from Silence of the Lambs, he's really sad and really sorry.
Okay.
More than 35 years after Silence of the Lambs dominated Oscars, two of the film's creators are now expressing regret over aspects of the movie, specifically the portrayal of its villain. Actor Ted Levine and producer Edward Saxon recently addressed criticism that Buffalo Bill perpetuated harmful stereotypes.
What?
The film, released in 1991, directed by Jonathan Demme, won 5 Academy Awards, including Best Picture. But in recent interviews with The Hollywood Reporter, Levine acknowledged that there are certain aspects of the movie that don't hold up too well. And we all know more, and he's a lot wiser about transgender issues, that there are some lines in the script in the movie that are unfortunate. He doesn't feel too happy about the fictional movie that they made.
The fictional movie from many years ago.
30 plus years ago?
Because, in the movie, he was trans.
Yes.
I remember where he
puts the lotion on the skin.
Yes.
Puts it in the basket.
Yeah.
He wanted to wear a skin suit.
And he come out and he's like kind of basically apologizing for the role.
Listen, not all transgenders want to wear skin suits.
That added to the creepiness.
It makes it.
Right?
Yes.
I'm not over my skis on this, am I? All right. Very good.
He said
they don't all want to wear skin suits, but they want to shoot up everything they see.
He said, we were really loyal to the book as we made the film. There was just no question in our minds that Buffalo Bill was a completely apparent personality, that he wasn't gay or trans. He was just sick. To that extent, we missed it. From my point of view, we weren't sensitive enough to the legacy of a lot of stereotypes and their ability to harm.
I'm sorry, isn't it possible that he was a sick trans?
Yeah.
Well, he was put on, in addition to the skin suits, he put on dresses.
Many such cases.
Didn't he tuck his...
Oh, he was a tucker.
In between the thing? Remember that?
He was.
Okay.
He was a tucker. Levine also stated, I didn't play him as being gay or trans.
Oh, what?
I think he was just an effed up heterosexual man.
Whatever.
That's what I was doing. That's right. I'm sure.
That's what you were doing.
I was playing a straight guy.
Playing a trans guy is what he was doing.
He said it's unfortunate that the film vilified that.
He could say that he was a kind of like, oh, what is it? Black guy playing a white guy, right?
Yes,
was that? So he could...
Tropic Thunder?
Tropic Thunder.
You're going back to Tropic Thunder?
So he could be like, I was a straight guy playing a trans guy.
Yep.
Right? He could... Is that okay?
No, he was a straight guy playing a straight guy who was dressing up like a trans guy.
Yes. Okay, there you go. Problem solved. All right, very good. Isn't it so silly? It's like they had no problems with this 35 years ago, but now under this sort of new dogma that they're all about, the Democrats, they can't square some of the things that they've done in the past with what they believe now.
The retroactive apologies kill me.
Yeah.
It's insane. However, Jimmy Kimmel owes us all an apology for the blackface.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
He did
you're right.
He did a lot of blackface.
He did. He did a lot of blackface, a lot of man stuff, a lot of
an uncomfortable amount of blackface.
Chauvinistic things, that kind of stuff.
And now he cries when the president says a mean word.
So silly. All right. Well, I think you had one more story, right?
I do.
Okay.
Chuck Schumer announced Sunday afternoon that he plans to introduce legislation to designate the pride flag as a congressionally authorized flag.
You know why they're doing that?
because it's getting removed from all of the monuments in the national parks.
Right. It was just removed from the Stonewall Inn.
Yep, nailed it.
Yeah.
He said only the U.S. flag and other they say that only the U.S. flag and other congressionally or departmentally authorized flags are allowed with limited expectations. So by designating the pride flag as a congressionally authorized flag, his bill would make it eligible to be flown on federal property where NPS rules require authorization, including sites like Stonewall.
So now they're gonna take that flag to Congress, and they're gonna have to vote on deeming this flag a what? Historically significant
congressionally
flag?
authorized.
Congressionally authorized.
Yep.
Why would that be? What's their justification for making it congressionally authorized?
Well, then they can also fly it in schools and on state
wait for
grounds. And
Can I just say how glad I am to live in Tennessee where that crap doesn't fly?
I just can't believe how racist these guys are, knowing that we're on stolen land and we're not going to congressionally authorize the Mexican flag.
Sure. Or whatever Native American flag we might be sitting on.
We need to.
You know what I mean?
It's about time. Chuck Schumer's a bigot.
He's a bigot.
And he also can't grill hamburgers very well.
Oh.
So there's that.
That was so gross. Do you remember that?
Yeah, he put cheese on the hamburgers and they were
raw.
They were like raw.
He's like, look at me, humans. I'm not a lizard person, I swear.
How do you...
It's just insane.
Yeah, I'm not a master griller by any stretch of the imagination. Even I realized, that's dumb.
That's not right.
That's not right.
Yeah.
How do you like your steak? Wicked rare.
Mooing.
Wicked rare.
All right. By the way, the steak video that you originally said steak with ketchup. Isn't that how Donald Trump likes his steak?
Yes.
Steak with ketchup.
I think it is.
Really?
Yeah, it
but
is.
It's disappointing.
Yeah. By the way, if you want to go to the State of the Union, tickets are still available. You can meet Chris. You can meet me, Chad, Murphy Show.
It's going to be fun. We're going to have a good time. State of the Union with Donald Trump, February 24th, Legend Steakhouse in Smyrna.
Come on out.
Limited number of tickets available. I mean, they're going fast, so today's probably going to be one of your last days to be able to grab some if you were thinking about going. I would get in there fast.
Gotta love it. 99.7 WTN.com. 8:54. Real quick, Joan, what you got?
Yeah, coming up here in the news this morning. Of course, I'm not at the top of the page. Morning, the loss of Aaron Stokes today. Also, the effort to bring small nukes to more places in the U.S. Those stories coming up at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. Whether you are 20, 40, or 60 years old, Vision for Life has the right procedure to help you see clearly without glasses or contacts. Now, if you're tired of dealing with blurry vision, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life is the name you need to know in Nashville. Now, Dr. Horn has helped thousands of people finally break free from glasses and contacts. What makes Vision for Life different is that your treatment is tailored just for you. There is no cookie-cutter approach, just smart, personalized care using the most advanced technology available. So no matter your age or your eye condition, Vision for Life is the destination for vision correction. So schedule your consultation today and let Dr. Horn create a custom vision plan built around your lifestyle and your vision goals. Call them at 615-436-2020. Tell them Dan told you to reach out, please. 615-436-2020, visionforlife.com, and see life the way it was meant to be seen. So this is old. Take it down, take it down, take it down.
Don't you just love the holidays?
Screw it, we'll do it live. Is that what we're doing?
Do it live. Hey, Joan, what's going on with the traffic?
So in Bordeaux at Cato Road, north of Ashland City Highway, that's the scene of an accident this morning. Laverne, they're still working on the roadway. It's milling and paving. A 24 eastbound between Old Hickory Boulevard and Almaville Road. And one more accident, Oak Hill, East Park Drive at Old Hickory Boulevard. Traffic. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Joan. I keep interrupting Joan today. Did you hear what I did earlier?
Which was hilarious, by the way.
Well, we can't. I can't get into it now because we're running late. But there was a technical miscue over here, and I thought that I was supposed to be talking.
The technical miscue was on your side of the studio. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, it was. It was actually in my brain. 8:58. When winter storms hit Nashville, they don't play around. Power outages, frozen lines, and busted pipes can turn into major home disasters fast. That's why right now is the time to call Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your trusted team for emergencies and peace of mind protection. Now, right now, get 40% off a whole home surge protector with any electrical repair. Keep your home safe from sudden outages and voltage spikes. And if cold temps have wrecked your pipes, Busy Bee has you covered with $500 off select whole home water repipes. Restore your plumbing before small leaks turn into costly floods. Got a clog you can't clear? Don't wait. Ask for their 93 or free residential main line clog special. If they can't clear it, you don't pay. This winter, stay safe, stay warm, and stay prepared with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. BusyBeeHVAC.com, 615-775-7833. Busy Bee will take the sting out of winter problems.